Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. Today, I'll be reading The Magickian, a study in effective magic by Phillip Cooper. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn, Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 1. Magic is the Ultimate Science. This book is about magic, true magic. It will help you understand the subject, work out your own rituals, and use magic as it is meant to be used, as an aid to a better life and an understanding of that life. Contemporary study of magical subjects confuses novices and practitioners alike because it contains a number of outmoded rules and superstitions that do nothing for the art and science of magic. This book has been written to help restore magic to its rightful place in our creative cycle. True magic is not complicated. Magic belongs to anyone who wishes to use it. True magic comes from within the individual, not from some initiate or secret society. After all, who initiated the first initiate? Magic is a highly individual and personal creative process, and to be effective, each individual must formulate his or her own inner temple, contact his or her own power source, and work magic in his or her own way. The basic rules and laws are the same for everyone, and these will now be given to you. From then on, it is up to you. Let us start by defining just what magic is and what it is not. Magic is not dressing up in brightly colored robes, chanting strange incantations, or collecting grades and titles. This may flatter the ego and be of limited use in some cases, but it is not magic. Pathworking and meditation are not magic. They are tools, aids. So, what is magic? Magic, true magic, is the art of using controlled thought to produce a result. If you doubt this, then ask yourself, why are you interested in magic? Or why do you involve yourself with it? Perhaps you feel it is right for you. It is, but maybe not in the way that you previously thought. Before starting any magical work, we need to look at how magic works in the light of reason. All thought produces results. By thought, I mean deliberate thought activated by the will, not daydreaming or normal conscious thought, which is analytical, critical, and makes comparisons for evaluation. Willed thought produces results, physical results, and thought uses power to create. In normal life, we are generally unaware of this process, yet it happens all the time as we create around us all that we desire or do not desire. Magic is the art of knowing how to use this creation process to produce results that are desirable. Before going on any further, we will take a careful look at the mental process used in creative magical thinking. There are 3 areas of the mind which concern us: the conscious, the subconscious, and the will. The subconscious mind is the powerhouse. It creates around us all that it believes to be true, according to the instructions we give it. Everything around you here and now has been created for you by your subconscious mind and has been attracted to you like a magnet. It is impossible to stop this creation process. Even when you leave Earth life, it will carry on creating for you and serving you. For that is its purpose, to attract to you all that you need. It does not reason. It just accepts instructions that are believed to be in your best interest. Before it will change its creative pattern, it has to be convinced that the new instruction is valid. This is where the will and the conscious mind come into the picture. The will has to get past the barriers of the conscious mind. No matter how strong the will is to change something, it has to convince the conscious mind before that new instruction can reach the subconscious mind. The conscious mind only sees facts in the light of present subconscious creative patterns, which is why some people are unable to see a fact glaring at them. It is contrary to their deep beliefs. When you were very young and the critical faculties were wide open, your subconscious mind was trying to establish what your will wished. Most children are presented with facts that are accepted without question. These facts are totally believed, and so for you, they become true. Some of these facts were probably true. Some of them were probably untrue. Nevertheless, they were all accepted. The subconscious mind will seek to reinforce the conscious mind when a new direction is given to it, and so the whole process becomes a circle. The more the will is exercised, the more the conscious mind looks for facts to substantiate its previous beliefs. So new results are impossible, or at best extremely slow, for constant expression of the will eventually gets some reaction from the subconscious mind, even if it takes a lifetime. How do we cause a new creative pattern? Why bother? And what has this to do with magic? Quite simply, the subconscious mind is there to create for you whatever you wish. It knows no limits and is neither good nor bad. It just is. Give it an instruction and it will carry it out to the letter. Surely this is worth bothering with. There are many ways of getting through false beliefs to the creative mind, and magic is the best way for some of us. True magic, free from superstition and false ideas, gets results. And that is the purpose of this book, to show you how to do this. So how do you get the subconscious mind to respond to your will, whatever that may be? By simply using two facts and combining these with positive thought. They are, 1, suspension of the critical conscious mind, and 2, belief. The idea of combining positive thought with the suspension of the critical conscious mind and belief is used in meditation and self-hypnosis and yields results of a fashion. But by far the best way is to use controlled imagination or visualization. Anything visualized and believed will actualize physically, and the more potent the visualization, the better the result. Magic uses a special imaginary language called symbology. Symbols are geometric patterns of power that the subconscious mind understands, that combine with other visual imagery that enhances the effect, as you will see later. Magic without this inner working is merely superstition and theatricals, and those of you who find you have trouble with this should remember that clear pictures are not necessary. Just know that the image is there. The more relaxed you are, the easier it is to visualize. So bear this in mind. Tension is the enemy of ritual. Any magical symbol is there to be used, not prayed to. It is there to be used and understood. Does anyone really understand the pentagram? Or has it been accepted because someone else accepted it, who in turn thought it would be a good idea to work it into lodge rituals? After all, it is traditional. Or is it? In this system, we will use the symbol from which all the others are derived, the encircled cross, sometimes known as the Kabbalistic cross. We will work with it in a way that leads to an understanding of the symbol. We will work in a way that produces results. Now let us look at beliefs. Belief and magic are inseparable. Magic cannot work without belief, and belief is the simplest form of magic. There are, of course, different types of belief. On the one hand, there is blind belief in something, usually without reason. Superstition is an example of blind belief, and superstition has no place in magic. True belief is another matter. It is sane, logical, will stand up to any test, and can be proven to the person who has it. True belief comes from faith in true facts and cosmic laws, and usually needs a lot of self-searching to obtain. The best way to get to truth is to ask why until you get there. Never accept someone else's line of thinking until you get to the truth by asking why. Then, when you know why, you can accept and believe or reject and disbelieve. Remember that disbelief is also a form of belief, and it can cause the subconscious to actualize. All beliefs actualize. This is why superstitions work, because for some they are believable even if to others they may appear silly. To change blindly accepted beliefs requires the constant use of the will, the critical faculties, and the question why. We need to explore our subconscious beliefs because if we do not, we probably will have a lot of confusion within that may keep us from moving ahead, or keep us from being able to work with magic. For example, 200 years ago, a Magickian passed on information to a neophyte, etc. With the magical information also came personal modifications, superstitions, and misunderstandings. 200 years later, the line of power is still valid or the same, but by now it carries several generations of personalized thinking as well. So now, new initiates are in danger of accepting quite a lot of rubbish. Another thing to watch out for is the fact that students of esoteric subjects love to join secret societies. If you come up against lines and contact from the past, secret chiefs and spirit guides, and truths that may never be revealed, then perhaps it would be wise to give the secret society a wide berth, or you could become as they are, with the blind leading the blind. Positive beliefs produce positive actions and results. If you believe something, it will come true. since belief will activate the will in a positive way, which will then bypass the unbelieving conscious mind. The reverse is also true. The will can be exercised to change old beliefs for better ones, for better results, for a better life. Magic presents symbols via the imagination to the subconscious mind in believable form. It is important to use the right symbols in the right way with the right beliefs, free from superstition. Unfortunately, people built many undesirable qualities into visual imagery. By all means, have a rain god if it will produce rain when most people need it. As superstition crept in, however, it became necessary to appease the gods, even with ritual sacrifice. The image or symbol ended up being misunderstood, and we have had trouble with it ever since. There can be no excuse for bowing and scraping to an image that was, after all, created by humans in the first place. So let us keep the old gods and the new ones in perspective. They still have a use, but we must let common sense prevail. Magic is a noble art and an exact science, and it works because it is a science, as well as being your divine right. Each and every using power all the time. As students of magic, we become aware of this power and use it as we will. The most heated debates that concern the use of magic involve discussion of black and white magic. It is worthwhile to explore power as it relates to black and white magic so you can understand how to use power correctly. We were created to create whatever we will, using power and exercising our right of free choice. What we create in our minds will actualize once the subconscious powerhouse accepts the idea. We are responsible for all our creative actions in the same way that we are responsible for the ripples on the surface of a pool into which we have just dropped a pebble. God, and by God I mean the ultimate creative entity, does not approve or disapprove. Any action we take is our choice, and we must live with it. This is the real idea of karma. We are responsible for whatever we do. This is not a divine threat, it is common sense. It does not mean we have to be holy and saint-like and suffer all kinds of penalties if we make a mistake. As we sow, so shall we reap. So it makes sense to sow the things we want to try not to affect others adversely. Power is neither positive nor negative, good nor bad, nor any other division we can think of. It just is, and it is abundant and given freely, so that we may create freely and hopefully with wisdom. It does not help those who are deemed to be good. It does not put down those who are deemed to be bad. There is no such thing as good and evil. It is all a question of attitude toward any given situation. What is good for one person may be totally bad for another. We have been conditioned to think that certain things are good and others bad, but are they really so? Perhaps it is a case of accepting lines from the past again. Each one of us must decide what is good and bad for us, and then use our power center to achieve that end. It is one thing to make a mistake. It is quite something else to knowingly do something you consider bad or evil. Like attracts like. Every cause has an effect. If you sow what you know to be evil, then you will reap evil. And for some, that is just what they want, strange as it may seem. So-called black magicians come under three main headings. 1. Those who get a sort of thrill from being nasty to others, usually the church, the establishment, or anyone else who happens to disagree with them. 2. Those who indulge in sex and violence. 3. Those who supposedly misuse their magical powers for material reasons. The first type of black magician needs some sort of extroverted behavior to enhance his or her feelings of hatred for others. This is not magic. It is an overinflated persecution complex mixed with amateur theatricals. The second type contains healthy, oversexed people who need something other than the usual bizarre sexual acts, and they think the mysterious world of magic supplies the extra ingredient. The third type, the materialist, is sometimes despised more by the so-called white magicians, who consider that power and magic should only be used to evolve. Now, before you make a decision, just think about this evolvement business. Does it really seem conceivable that the supreme creative all-knowing force would create something as imperfect as humankind and then throw us out of heaven, leaving around clues so that we may climb back up the mythical ladder to our source? God must have made a mistake in our creation, or at least overlooked something along the way. It may be that some people consider that God did, in fact, make a mistake, but I think that those who believe this are not dealing with God, but with their own idea of God. God, the God, cannot make mistakes. God is absolutely and utterly perfect in every way and cannot in any way be wrong, unjust, ill-feeling, and so on. Anything less than perfect cannot be God. So where does this leave us? The idea of evolving is an old one, and like so many old ideas, it is wrong. We were created perfect and still are. It is just that we do not know this. We have forgotten it and substituted some rather strange ideas instead. The fall came when we became curious about the things that would harm ourselves and others. Because of free choice and power, we got ourselves into a mess and lost track of reality. We were given the entire physical universe as a paradise to live in, given power to create physical things and given free choice. Yet we somehow managed to turn this into a hell, all by ourselves. Yes, we must each evolve not up a ladder, but rather back to the knowledge that Earth is supposed to be a paradise, into the wisdom of correct thinking and a spirit of love and oneness. It could be argued that the fall was to learn magic and the mechanism of creation, but can you see the folly of this? We sit around having everything and being bored senseless because everything has been provided. We all need adventure and excitement, and we have been given the power to create art, music, and science. We can explore the unknown. There are many outlets for this energy. The material aspects of life are important, and although it may seem fashionable to take a vow of poverty to evolve, do not get the material side of life in perspective. No God put all this material potential here just to tempt us. That would be sadistic. Why tempt your own prime creation? Material aspects do have their problems. The real materialists are the ones who suffer from greed. To them, the material is a constant source of living in hell, and all because of the wrong attitude. Possessions and comforts are neither good nor evil. It is sometimes our attitude that is wrong. Self-denial without some solid reason or incentive is just as bad as greed. For instance, it is stupid to fast just because religious dogma insists. It is, however, a good idea to fast for a reason, like enhancing the awareness or cleaning the body. The idea that you may do something for someone else but not for yourself is wrong, very wrong. There is no reason for this other than perhaps superstition. If you tell yourself often enough, you will believe it, and if you believe it, it will come true. If you are at present hard up, confused, searching for something, trying to evolve, or coping with life's endless problems, then remember that all this is happening because you are causing it to happen. As far as your subconscious mind is concerned, this is what you really want. Most of these wants were pushed into your subconscious before you were old enough to resist, but nevertheless, they are there. So why not exchange them for things you really do want? Throw away dogma and superstition, and wrong thinking. Ask why, and why again. Evolve to the knowledge of you and your needs using creative magical power to this end. The end product of magic is physical, not imaginary. A magical act without a physical result is not magic. Meditation and pathworking will provide you with information, not as a gift from the inner guardians of the gods, but because you are entitled to it. When you get information, use it for yourself and others, but use it all the same. The system of magic that I am going to reveal will show you how to manipulate all aspects of your life according to your needs, and it will assist you in evolving to the knowledge of your real self. It will help you become yourself in your own way, as an individual linked to the whole, separate yet belonging, responsible for your own actions using your own free will. The basics given to you, if you wish, lead on to other systems, be they Orphic or Hermetic, naturalistic or Kabbalistic. You are not being restricted in any way, nor are you accepting previous dogma. Now, here are two important things that I want you to do. I want you to set aside all that you know about magic, then question every idea, one by one, to see if it is indeed true. Second, I want you to take all your books on magic and put them away, just for a short while. If you have a temple, clear everything out. I cannot do that, I hear you say. Why not? Stop and think, why not? That single word why is probably the only real word of power in existence. You will come to know it and use it in a powerful way. I have asked you to do something, and I will also give you reasons, but I want you to discover something far more valuable than my words or your reactions. In a moment, I would like you to stop reading and take a pen and paper. Think and then write down your thoughts. First, What kind of reaction did you have to this idea? Was it positive? Maybe later on? Or negative? This is not a trick question. I'm genuinely trying to point you toward the truth about yourself, your real self. Do this now. Let us expand a little. Again, I want you to stop reading shortly and write down your thoughts. If the answer was yes, why did you agree to this? Was it because you really thought this was a good idea, or did you say yes for some other reason? Think about this and then write it down. If your answer was maybe later on, ask yourself, what are you trying to protect? Define exactly when later on is. If your answer was no, then give your reasons. Perhaps you do not like someone else telling you what to do, or are you also being protective? Really think about this. Do this now. Now let us continue. In front of you is a whole world of information about yourself if you could just see it. For a start, you will fall into one of three categories: receptive, evasive, or assertive. If you are receptive, you probably do things for other people at your own expense, and you probably accept ideas from other people without thinking. You must learn to be more assertive and question. If you are evasive, you have a great deal of difficulty making decisions, and you must learn to be more decisive. If you are assertive, the chances are you are being overprotective. What is it you are protecting? It could well be that you are protecting parts of yourself that are of no use to you. A very important statement was once inscribed at the Delphic Oracle: know thyself. It is valuable for you to discover why you are as you are at this point in time. You are probably not being truly yourself. In reality, you will probably become a blend of all three of these categories, but in a much higher form, and with a predominance of one of them. Before coming to a definite decision about this clearance that I have suggested, I want you to explore a few more concepts about the subject, no matter which category you think you belong to. Before magic can work, your study or knowledge of the subject has to be firm and correct, just as the foundation of a house is vital to its entire structure. What sort of foundations should we have? One that is true. Step 1 is often the most difficult because it involves letting go. By giving up everything like this, you detach yourself and are then able to look at the concept of magic away, objectively from a distance. This sets up another reaction called desire, and desire power is what magic is all about. Those who teach that desire is wrong are supreme fools. Desire is like a magnet. It pulls things toward you, both good and bad. When you're detached like this, you're in a unique position to look at your desires so you can decide which are of value and which are true. Really and truly, you're actually not giving up anything. You are becoming selective. You are exercising choice. You are deciding, and you are in control. Now, can you see why I asked you to set aside those things that are dear to you? It was done so you could gain even more, only this time you gain things that are right for you, rather than acquiring useless items and thoughts that inevitably block your progress. You must learn to let go. Think of this as a mathematical equation. Letting go equals gain. To give is to gain. It is scientific magic, and it works. The more you cling to things, the more you, in fact, lose. By giving, I do not mean squandering or losing out by being overgenerous and foolhardy. I mean applied cosmic fact. Give and gain, that is the law. As a final point, you are about to plant a seed, a magical seed. In real life, you would not dream of planting this in a bed of weeds. Why do this magically? Clear the ground and start from scratch. I promise you that you will not lose anything, but you will gain more than you may realize now. Getting your personal base cleared of unnecessary restrictions allows you to look for real magic. The process is not as difficult as you think as long as you keep your goal in sight, and that goal is your true magical potential. Life is not trying to deny you this success. You always get exactly what you want. The problem up to now has been that you probably don't know what you really wanted, so you got something else. Before looking for this magical potential, it would be a good idea if we define just what this magical potential is. You are looking for your true potential. In other words, you are looking for a system of magic that works every time and brings you personal happiness, success, and fulfillment. Nothing less. So please, do not compromise by setting your sights lower. Let us take this further by defining exactly what magic really is. In a moment, I want you to write down your definition of magic. Give your own definition. Again, this is not a trick question. I want you to clear away any false ideas and replace these with the right ones. Do this now. Right. Let us compare notes. If you have written any of the stock phrases on your list, such as magic is the art of causing changes and so forth, you're not giving your ideas but somebody else's. Do try again. It is your views that are important. Now, what have you got that is really yours? Let us see how near you are to the truth. Magic is the science of using and understanding the power of the subconscious mind to achieve a desired result, a physical result. Time and time again, we will return to the simple yet powerful statement, and you will see how true this really is. Quite often, the physical end of magic is forgotten. It is of little use to spend a lot of time each day in a profound state of meditation and then fill up your notebooks with astral experiences and interesting information if you do not use it. Meditate by all means, but meditate for a purpose and an end product. With all real magic, there has to be a result. Crowded notebooks may well flatter the ego, but they do not solve problems, they create them. The word create is vitally important in magic. The whole idea is to create using power. Directing power by using the mind in a creative manner is really magic. Anything else is pseudo-magic. Creation itself creates. So do we, usually without knowing it. To become proficient at magic means that you do know what you are creating. You decide, you exercise choice, you apply power. At the end of the operation, you expect a result, not another entry in your notebook. If you invoke for a Mercedes-Benz 260E, a Mercedes-Benz 260E should appear, not a bicycle or some other car, but a Mercedes-Benz 260E. Anything less means that there is something wrong with your technique. Magic is not totally about spirituality. It is about material facts, and to think otherwise is sheer folly. As I've said, if you invoke for a Mercedes-Benz 260E, then one must appear. What I mean is that a magical act must have a physical result. Anything other than this can only be classified as failure. Magic is really and truly about getting results. Nothing else will do. Naturally, there are cries of materialist or black magician and so on. Let me put the record straight once and for all. There is no such thing as black and white magic. First, there is energy, which is never ending, abundant, and given freely. It is neither positive nor negative. Second, there is you. You have the right to use this energy. Third, there is free choice in the way in which you choose to use this energy. Use it destructively, negatively, or constructively, positively. Both get results. Energy conforms to patterns, and the understanding and use of these patterns is called magic. It is the intention which matters. If you knowingly use energy for destructive ends, you will use the same energy as you will if you use it for constructive ends. Destruction could be called black, and construction could be called white, but even this is not accurate. What is right for one person may not be right for another. It is your choice, and you must make it. Forget all about the black and white, good and evil, and so on. Think about choice and intention, and let these be your guide. Do be patient and let the ideas in this book guide you to what is right for you. Magic is made in the mind, mainly by using imagination. Do not confuse visualization with imagination. If you can see pictures in your mind clearly, this is well and good. Imagination is easy. We can all do it, as you will see. You've probably heard of the subconscious mind and the way this can be influenced through hypnosis and so on. to achieve results that were impossible under normal circumstances. The subconscious mind knows no limits and can achieve anything you wish. The problem is in getting it to do these things. Magic is the safest way to use this power, and imagination is one of the keys that unlocks the door to this limitless power. Read this chapter over and over again. Question and ask why. The doorway to your real magical potential is now open, and the magical process for you has begun. Chapter 2. The Magical Temple, or Psychic Laboratory. We will now move on to the Magical Temple and the basic equipment that you will need. Some of you will already have a temple, others will not. No matter. I will describe the building up of a fully functional temple. Then we will discuss how you can best adapt it to your circumstances. Putting aside all previous ideas of a temple, let us look at what a temple really is. In short, it is nothing more than a workroom or a psychic laboratory. In a real laboratory, you would expect to find test tubes, balances, Bunsen burners, and so on, the tools with which a chemist carries out his or her work. The equipment and layout is chosen and arranged by the chemist to suit his or her particular needs. Naturally, one does not clutter up the laboratory with irrelevant items. The whole place is, in fact, an extension of the chemist and his or her ideas. It is a place where one can work in comfort, where everything has a place and everything has a use. Like the chemist's laboratory, the temple also has equipment with which the Magickian works. It is arranged according to his or her needs, and it is also an extension of the Magickian. The chemist deals with acids and alkalis, the Magickian with energy. Both use their minds and exert an influence over their own environment. The temple is a working laboratory. Like the chemist, the Magickian needs a space to work away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. It is quite impossible to work effective rituals with the television blaring away and the neighbors dropping in for a chat. You need to have somewhere secluded, and a temple is the only answer. In it, you can shut out the world and work at your magical practice without being disturbed. Let us now have a detailed look at the building up of a typical magical temple. The size and dimensions are of little relevance as long as there is enough space to work in. Always follow for the fact that one day you may feel like having fellow Magickians inside your temple in order to work group rituals. The best place to put a temple is as far away from public view as possible. If you have visitors or friends staying, they might start asking awkward questions. Cellars or attics are ideal. If this is not possible, then a spare bedroom will have to be used. Put a strong lock on the door, as curiosity can often get the better of people, and you'll be surprised how attitudes can change when other people discover that you have these sorts of interests. Their minds, motivated by Dennis Wheatley and films like The Warlock, will get more curious, and then fear and superstition will step into the picture. Usually what they do not know or understand, they will invent, and imagination becomes quite fertile, invariably in the wrong way. You will need to invent some sort of cover story, or you will need to exclude people from your home. After many years of personal experience, I have chosen the latter. However, it is up to you to decide. Having found a spare room, clear everything out. If you need to decorate, then do so. There are no special colors. Simply decorate to taste. If the room has a window, you will have to find some way of covering this up so that anyone outside cannot see what is going on. What is a temple for? What are we going to use it for? The answer will dictate where everything goes. The temple is a place of work. It is a place where we find peace from everyday life, where we can exert a magical influence, where we can learn about such things. Everything should be placed according to a pattern that is both universal and personal. The scheme is quite simple and natural, as it is based on the symbol of the encircled cross of the four elements. Everything in creation conforms to this scheme and the use of these mysterious elements, which are vital in effective magic. More will be said about this later. Now you need to work on the temple. You have 4 walls, so each could represent an element. If you are lucky enough to find that your chosen temple aligns to the magnetic points of the compass, well and good. If not, it does not really matter. Circumstances will often dictate choice. Pick a wall to represent east, as this is the usual starting place. The rest will follow in the natural order of the compass. Now, standing in the corner of the temple with the eastern wall facing you, the southern wall is to your right. The western wall is behind you. The northern wall is to your left. These walls will be marked in some special way, so that you always know where you are. Here are some useful associations. The east represents the rising sun at dawn and the season of spring. It also represents the element of air and the magical sword. The south represents the midday sun and the heat of the sun in summer, together with the element of fire and the magical wand or rod. The western wall represents the setting sun in the evening, the autumn, and the element of water and the magical cup or chalice. The north represents the starlit sky of midnight, the winter, the element earth, and the magic shield or pentacle. In the center where you are standing is the seat of power and the eternal light of your real self. The elemental colors are these: air, yellow; fire, red; water, blue; and earth, green. Later we will work these attributions into the temple. For now, just bear in mind which of these walls represent these important points or quarters, as they are sometimes called. Just like the laboratory, before we move in the benches and cupboards, we need to decide where we are going to put things for maximum use of space and efficiency. Also remember that you're dealing with flammable items such as oil lamps, candles, and hot charcoal. You can have carpeting, but if you do, make sure you have a fire extinguisher or at least a bucket of sand, just in case. Both carpets and oil lamps have one thing in common: they burn. With sensible precautions, a carpet is quite all right. You could use floor tiles. The choice of color is entirely up to you. Remember, white tiles need a lot more cleaning than colored ones, so tiles, or if you can afford it, parquet flooring, serve just as well. Having tried various formats over the years, I have found that ordinary hardboard nailed directly to the floorboards produces a nice flat surface. It is not a fire hazard and does not cost a fortune. If you like, you can paint it with a quick drying paint, or you can paint a floor design. Again, the choice of color is up to you. Now, before you start painting magic circles and angelic names on the floor, let me explain about such things. The idea of working in a circle is correct, as you will see later, but the common practice of setting up a circle and clearing the place of working by various purifying and banishing rites is superstitious nonsense. The idea is that you ought to chase away all the undesirable influences and then stand protected in your magic circle. What are these undesirable influences? They are supposed to be demons and elemental spirits. At first glance, this may appear quite logical. However, it is not. The real magic circle lies in your mind, and it certainly is not there to keep out demons and spirits. The only undesirable influence ever likely to invade your temple are the ones brought in by superstitious beliefs and by other people. Superstition should never be a part of magic, as it will turn the whole process into a shambles. Likewise, keep other people out of the temple unless you either know you can trust them or they are magically inclined in a positive way. Magic is not a social get-together or a hobby. It is a way of life. If you want a floor design, by all means have one, but use it to enhance the appearance of the temple. Make it symbolic. 2 concentric circles with a hexagram in the center work quite well. Or you can use an equal-armed cross inside a circle. Then you have an important symbol, the encircled cross of the 4 elements. As this symbol will be the basis of your magical system, it is a very fitting floor design. The next thing we must consider is the altar. This is nothing more or less than a work surface. One of the more traditional designs is a double cube. Usually it is about 3 feet high and 18 inches across. It can easily be made from plywood or chipboard, fastened together by screws or nails. The top half is painted white, and the bottom half is painted black, so that it looks like 2 cubes. If you prefer, it can be made into 2 separate 18-inch cubes. As a meditation symbol, it looks impressive. However, if you need a bigger area, say for candle magic, then any shape or size will do. It is all a matter of choice. A small cupboard is just as good, and it has the advantage of having space to store things in. Altar cloths are always a good idea as they add color and tidy things up. Again, color is up to you, and this largely depends on personal preference and the type of ritual you are working. Always try to add to a ritual by using color and scent and so on. Use your ingenuity and get involved in the planning of a rite. Here are some suggestions. You could cover the altar in a gold or yellow cloth to represent the central sun, and then use a smaller altar cloth to suit the ritual, such as blue for Jupiter or green for Venus. Another idea is to have 4 main altar cloths, one in each of the elemental colors, to change these at each season. Again, secondary cloths could be used for rituals. You do not have to go to this trouble, but any involvement in your temple is bound to pay off, as you are projecting your personality into the room. You are making it an extension of yourself. Try as many different ideas as you like. It will not do any harm. With altar cloths, remember that you do not have to purchase high-quality silk or velvet unless you feel like doing so. Ordinary cotton or similar cloths are just as good. They are as magical as you make them. However, do not allow superstition to cloud your judgment. The placing of the altar causes many arguments between different practitioners when common sense ought to prevail. Remember that the temple has to be functional. It is not a shrine to some god. It is a workroom. As always, it is a personal choice based on circumstances. It is best to have the altar in the center. This way you can face any direction. No matter what the dogmatics say, you do not have to work towards the east. Generally, you can work eastward in spring, then change to south in the summer, west in the autumn, and finally north in the winter. If you do not like the idea of a central altar, then place it on the wall of your choice, or move it around as suggested. The temple lights are the next step. Do not use electric light. Natural light from candles or oil lamps look much better and affords opportunity for ritual work. First, have some form of illumination on or above the altar. This represents the central light and is used to signify the inner power which you have. Other temple lights ought to be lit from this flame. You have a choice between candles and oil lamps. The latter are more useful because you can get colored funnels and can control the flame of light from low, which is useful for meditation, to high if you are reading a script. In addition to the all-important central light, you should have 4 other lights to represent the quarters. Again, use lamps or candles. The choice is yours. The quarter lamps are placed on shelves or stands against the appropriate wall. They are used symbolically, especially in opening and closing of the temple. More will be said about the quarters and the 4 elements later, but for now it will suffice to say that these 4 lights are important, so do not neglect them. Any old lamp produced in a hurry and stuck on a box near a wall will get proportional results. The more you put in, the more you get out. There is no need to spend a fortune on these things. It is the care and thought which is put into the selection of and the work with magical equipment that matters. Make your choice of equipment with care. Do not just purchase something because it is cheap or expensive. The cost does not matter, but the intention does. The quarter lights ought to be colored. This helps you know which wall represents which quarter and which element. If you have difficulty in getting colored oil lamps, then use colored candles. It really is worth it, and you are helping to build the correct associations. The next important items are pillars. The pillars are used for many things, but mainly as a symbolic doorway through which you pass to your inner temple. You will be shown how to use these later on, but in any case, do have something to represent this important doorway. Large pillars can be made from 3 to 4 inch diameter plastic pipe painted in meaningful colors, one in black, the other in white. Lamps may be placed on the top, but do not make certain that they have a fairly wide base. Do make certain that they have a fairly wide base so that they do not fall over. Failing this, a pair of candle holders placed on the altar or quarter will do. It is the inner work that matters, and pillars are useful aids to this end. In magic, you have to use association. We've talked briefly about color, and now let us look at scent. There is no need to buy an expensive brass thurible or censer. Any metal dish will do. Fill this with sand, and you have the ideal incense burner. To burn incense, you need to burn some charcoal blocks. These come in assorted shapes and sizes. Some are pure charcoal and others are quick lighting. Igniting the pure charcoal is quite simple. Place it flat on the sand in the burner. Add a small quantity of methyl alcohol, then light it. When the flames die down, the charcoal will start to glow. The quick lighting blocks merely need lighting with a match or taper. Take care, as these things do tend to splutter. Once the block is lit, simply add a small quantity of incense and the perfume will soon fill the temple. A word ought to be said about incense. There are many people who supply incense, but not many of these people know what they are doing. In magic, any mixture of bits and pieces that only seems to be right will not necessarily work, so it is with incense. Scents bring associations into mind, so it is important that you get the right associations. In magic, you have to use the 5 senses. The mind and the body react to these stimuli. There are traditional scents for all 4 elements: the planets, the zodiac, and the spheres on the tree of life. In fact, for any magical work, you need to use the right scent. It will promote the right associations and reactions. The amount of work that goes into making incense is quite staggering. It is a job for experts. Avoid using cheap ready-made scents. The ideal place for your incense burner is in the south, where the element fire naturally belongs. It is a good idea to have some general incense that you can burn at regular intervals, just to keep the place smelling nice, or for peaceful meditations and deliberations of a general nature. Evesham or Prinknash incense are very good for this. You can probably buy these in charcoal blocks at your local church supply shop. A useful alternative to this is joss sticks. The better quality ones, such as earth scents or spiritual sky, burn for about half an hour each and are available in many different scents. Color and scent help create the right atmosphere for magic, so do use them. You will need other items in your temple. First, the 4 weapons. These are the sword, rod, cup, and shield. At this stage, there really is no need to buy or make these. Before using the weapons, you need to understand the elements and how they apply to you. This will be covered later. For now, it will suffice to say that the sword and cup will inevitably have to be purchased, while the rod and shield need to be made. There is not a great deal of expense involved or laborious work. Having these weapons is eventually a good idea, but leave the matter until later. Robes are always a good idea. When you enter your temple for working, you need to feel differently. There are 2 points to consider. First is pre-ritual relaxation, which helps you put aside everyday matters and attune to the magical part of your mind. Second is ritual attire, which helps you feel right for the temple. You are an ordinary human being outside. Inside, you are a Magickian, and it helps if you feel and look the part. You can compromise by having an alternative form of dress. Anything that helps you feel different should be used. Robes can be as elaborate or as simple as you like, but they should enhance the ritual. Many variations are possible. You can have a plain robe, white or black. You could also use a robe the color of your birth sign, or for different rites, wear various colored sashes or cords. You do not need to have a different robe made specifically for every ritual. This would be very expensive and totally unnecessary. Remember that the robe you are using is a magical tool to help attune your mind. While on the subject of robes, we ought to mention the Wiccan practice of working naked. You do not have to do this. The reason that is often given is that nudity helps the power to flow. Let me assure you that the power that can heal disease or bring great personal happiness is hardly likely to be stopped by a fraction of an inch of cloth, unless you believe it will. Sexual fetishes often become entangled in magic, and this is one of those times. Finally, you ought to have some place in your temple where you can use a cassette recorder. The main use of sound reproduction in magic is to provide you with sound effects and music. Rituals without music are very dull affairs. The right type of music, as with color and scent, will greatly enhance your magical work, especially in meditation rites. You can, of course, use classical music. The planets by Holst is quite useful. Some of you much prefer church organ music or meditation music, and there is an excellent selection available today. Modern music is not suitable. Make and keep an index of your music. Head the card with the type of ritual or meditation for which you intend to use the music. Having described the ideal temple and its basic equipment, we must consider those of you who have no space available. For you, think in terms of a temporary table. Any room is suitable and you do not have to move a lot of furniture around. You will need something you can use as an altar. The quarter lights and central light can be put away in a closet until you need them. Then just find a place to put them around the room where you were working, so you have points of reference for the all-important quarters. Do make certain that you are not going to be disturbed. Before the rite, lay everything out, and at the end, clear it away. Disguise it in some way, so that other people will not notice. You can use small wall brackets for lamps. These can be quickly converted to hold ornaments. Alternatively, you can make or purchase 4 stands on which you can place your quarter lights. Use a bit of ingenuity. There's always a solution to insufficient space. In truth, you do not need to have a temple. Eventually, you'll learn to do such things and without any equipment. For the time being, do make every effort to find some place for your temple, since much in the way of ritual experience can be lost. Necessity, too, is often the mother of invention, and quite often I've had to put up with what has been far less than ideal. If you cannot have the ideal, do not let this stop you. Make the best of existing circumstances. Eventually you will attain the ideal, and you will learn by your experience. During many years of magical work, I've had to get around many awkward situations. Quite often circumstances dictated how my temple had to function. I was fortunate that my first temple was quite large. It was a converted spare bedroom situated upstairs, away from the view of people who came into the house. My second temple, by contrast, was very stark. The altar was sandwiched between a wardrobe and a dressing table. The quarter lights were on 4 wooden stands made from parquet flooring. That was it. No floor design, no drapes, no useful brackets for thuribles, and so forth. At the end of each rite, everything had to be cleared away and put into a locked cupboard. The altar had to be disguised by putting ornaments on it. Certainly far from ideal, but it did work, and I learned firsthand many things that I would not have learned otherwise. I very rarely use a temple setup now. I carry my temple around in my mind. Before I leave this subject, I ought to describe my last situation, which seemed to be impossible. The only available space was a broom cupboard that measured 66 inches long and 33 inches wide. Inside this space, I managed to get a double cube, 2 6-foot-high pillars, lamps, thurible, weapons, and a cassette recorder. On more than one occasion, 2 of us worked magical rituals in there. You had to be very careful about the amount of incense you used. On a hot summer day, you really began to appreciate the values of nudity. However, it was a challenge that was met and bettered. Life, and particularly magical work, are constant challenges. Do not duck out. Use your ingenuity. Be enterprising and resourceful. It always pays off. Now let us have a look at the essential items. There is a mania at the present time for buying books on magic and equipment. Usually nothing is ever done with these articles. They adorn shelves and temples, and they are shown off to interested friends. Now let me make this clear. I am not saying you should not buy equipment and books. It is a good idea to have some of these things, providing that there is a need for them, providing that there is a definite purpose. Before you buy, think, do I really need this? What do I need this for? You see, it is so easy to look at the claims as to the potency of certain incense, books, and equipment, and then react. What are you reacting to? Superstition, not fact. Real magic is within you, and it is easily found if you know where to look. Now, as far as equipment is concerned, you will actually need very little. Every item must be there for a purpose. Avoid buying anything you can make yourself. There's a lot to be learned from these crafts, and, of course, you are adding more to the general personal involvement. Apart from this, only buy those things that you really need and which you use to enhance your ritual work. There is no point in paying out a small fortune for a magical sword. Instead, look around the junk shops or buy an ornamental one. They are bound to be cheaper and just as good. Work on the sword and personalize it. I will tell you how later. Finally, if you do have a temple, then do follow the advice I'm giving you. Clear everything out and start again, looking at every item to see if it is of value. If you do not have a temple, start to think of ways you can make one, as you will need some quiet place in which to work undisturbed. King Solomon was reputed to have had a magnificent temple, but then again, he could afford it. It is a good idea to have a mental picture of an ideal temple. Move toward this, but do not try to do it in a week. Good working temples are built up gradually and with care and thought. The more you put in of yourself, the more you will get out, and this has little to do with money. Gold pillars and ebony altars may look good, but what real value are if they can be purchased without a second thought? A cardboard shield made with love and care is worth far more than some expensive article bought casually with a credit card. Care and dedication really matter. Work within your present financial limit. You do not have to sacrifice to the gods. They will not even notice, but your real self will. Involve yourself with your temple and inject your personality into it. Make it yours. The silent center within. Those of you who are engaged in realistic magical work will find the practical work and advice that follow of enormous value. Not only will it give you peace of mind and help you to cope more easily with stress, but it will also form a valuable aid to inducing the right attitude of mind prior to ritual work. Peace equals power. Therefore, a calm, tranquil mind can do far more than one in a state of turmoil or bothered by the problems of the day. The secret of successful magic work lies in controlling the mind, because magic is the science of using the mind. Therefore, the ability to begin magical work in a condition of peace and tranquility is bound to remove the problems of fear, doubt, uncertainty, and tension that often prevent success. In today's world, we live with pressure and stress. We are taught and shown from an early age that we must sweat and strain to achieve results. We rush around to keep up with the pace of everyday existence, and we must concern ourselves with every second of the day with attempting to control the many confusing facets of our civilized society. The net result is stress, nervous tension, and emotional breakdown. As the problem increases, more and more people succumb to the misery, and many give up altogether or turn to hack remedies or modern medical techniques. Neither work effectively. The hack remedies, and there are many and many disguises, depend on belief, so unless you have complete faith, they will never work. Modern medicine prescribes what can only be described as dangerous chemicals. These may seem like the easy way out, but they are not. Apart from side effects and the fact that the individual comes to depend on these drugs, the principles used are quite wrong. Drugs treat symptoms, they do not treat causes. This is very important, yet little realized. Now, I am not about to imply that you should abandon your medication or throw caution to the wind. Far from it. By using relaxation, you can learn how to manage without these things. But this is a gradual process, as you will see. I would suggest that you allow relaxation to do its job. By practicing the techniques that you will be given shortly on a regular basis, you will soon notice the benefits, and as you increase in strength and confidence, you will learn how to manage without artificial chemicals. The sensible way to treat stress is by offering meaningful advice and understanding. The answer is always very simple and natural. We have been taught to accept everything that appears obvious as being absolute fact. Facts are created by our minds. This is the secret of magical work. What the mind can convince, it can achieve. The power of the mind is truly limitless, for better or for worse. Therefore, it is very easy to create conditions of poverty, misery, bad luck, and illness without being consciously aware you are doing it. The conditioned reflexes we have, each inherited from society, are seen as facts. If you believe them to be true, You will, of course, react in a negative fashion. Stress, worry, depression, and anxiety are the result. This forms a vicious circle because what is believed to be true comes true, so the problem goes from bad to worse. It is just as easy to create the opposite effect and therefore halt the cycle by simply changing your attitude of mind. Change your mind and you change your circumstances. Before any change can take place, it is necessary to discover peace and tranquility and then make this a habit. From then on, the road to recovery is open. However, it must be discovered. It cannot be induced by drugs. The method I shall now describe will, if followed carefully, result in tremendous changes in terms of health and peace of mind. So ask yourself this: do you really want a happy, peaceful life with the ability to cope easily, or are you quite content to muddle along in a state of perpetual confusion, stress, and worry? All I ask is that you practice the relaxation exercise I will give you on a regular basis. Do not be put off, do not make excuses, and do not let anything or anybody get in the way of what is to be your own personal path to peace. Results are always proportionate to effort. I cannot promise instant success, but I can tell you from personal experience that if you persist, you will know peace. You will enhance your life in ways you never thought possible. When you are relaxing, you must be able to relax fully. So find somewhere quiet where you will not be disturbed. A bedroom is ideal. Privacy is the key word. If you have somewhere secure, you will find that it is far easier than if your mind is constantly returning to the possibility of someone barging in on you. You can also inform people that you are not to be disturbed during relaxation sessions. Prevention is always better than a cure. Having attended to these problems, all that remains is to sit or lie comfortably. Sitting is often the best way to begin, but lying down gets far better results. When you are reasonably proficient, you may deepen the relaxation exercise even more. This is done by laying down, not on a comfortable bed, but on a hard floor. The head may be lifted slightly, but that is all. This may sound counterproductive. One would imagine that a hard floor would be very uncomfortable and distracting. The reverse is true. Instead of being supported by a bed, the body is mildly uncomfortable. To get around this, the body must relax even more. Try it for yourself. You will soon see that this is the case. As a final point, it may seem crazy to lie on a bed of nails, but with the right training and attitude of mind, it is possible to relax very deeply into trance states with this method. The way that it works is quite simple. If you are uncomfortable, you must relax even more to get around discomfort. The greater the discomfort, the deeper the relaxation. I do not advise you to try a bed of nails, but I certainly endorse the use of a hard floor. You are about to commence a period of relaxation in which you will learn to relax the whole of your body into a condition of peace, tranquility, and calm. You will experience peace and tranquility that will stay with you throughout your daily life, providing you practice regularly. The more you practice, the more you will feel the benefits as calm and poise become part of your life. Preparing for relaxation. You're going to prepare for relaxation by putting your body into a pleasant state of rest and comfort, by turning your attention to the 5 extremities of your body, raising and lowering them to a position of rest, one at a time. Direct your attention to your right leg. Raise it a few inches. Hold it for a moment, and allow it to sink to the floor and rest. Direct your attention to your left leg. Raise it a few inches. Hold, and allow it to sink to the floor and rest. Now do the same thing with your right arm. Raise it slowly. Hold. Allow it to sink and rest. Now your left arm. Raise. Hold. Let it sink and rest. Finally, we move to your head. Raise it slightly. Hold and allow it to sink and rest. Now you must regulate your breathing to a slow and steady rate. Do not strain in any way. Breathe in, hold, breathe out. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, and so on. Continue to breathe slowly in and out for a while. When your breathing is steady and relaxed, begin the gradual relaxation of your body. Direct your attention to your feet and imagine they are becoming heavier and heavier. Then relax your lower legs, from ankles to knees. Feel them relaxing. Move your attention to your thighs. These are large muscles. They are easy to relax. Allow them to do so. Now turn your attention to the hips. Let them relax and sink slowly downwards. Feel them relax. Your legs and your feet will feel comfortably relaxed as they get heavier. Turn your attention to your abdomen. Feel the muscles relax. Allow them to do this slowly and gently. Let them sag and then become very heavy. Imagine that as those muscles relax, so your internal organs also relax. The muscles of your back are becoming heavy. From the base of your spine to your neck, you are relaxing. Allow your entire back to sink, to relax deeply. Relax into peace from your neck to your feet. Your fingers are relaxing. They become limp as they sag under their own weight. The muscles of your forearms are also relaxing. Let them go limp. Your upper arms relax and go limp. Let your shoulders sink downwards. Allow them to relax. Let the muscles of your neck relax. Let them go limp. The whole of your body from neck to feet should be relaxed and comfortable. Let your jaw relax and find a comfortable position under its own weight. The muscles of your face are relaxing. Relax your eyes under their own weight. Your forehead relaxes and the back of your neck relaxes deeply. Your entire body should be very relaxed. Continue to relax into peaceful tranquility. There is nothing else to do but rest. Your body will heal itself and your nervous system will be strengthened, and you will acquire more energy day by day as you practice this exercise. You will lose tension and discomfort as peace of mind and body revitalizes your entire being. Spend about 15 minutes to half an hour relaxing, more if you wish. At conclusion, return to normal, carrying with you peace and tranquility. This will stay with you and, with practice, will become part of your life. Move your head, lift your arms above your head, and stretch from your fingers to your toes. Stretch and come back to normal. Chapter 3. The Magical Mind. This chapter is all about the human mind and its use in magic. The subject of the mind is a very complex one, for, indeed, the mind is a very complex instrument on which we play the melody of life. However, looking at this in simple terms, there are two main areas of mental activity that are of interest to magical practitioners. These are the conscious and the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is immediately obvious as it deals with the five senses of sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. Using these stimuli, the consciousness rationalizes and establishes so-called facts. These facts are then passed on to the subconscious mind, which in turn acts on the information. Remember the picture. The conscious mind establishes facts. The subconscious mind acts on this information and gets things done. Before moving on to the unlimited power of the subconscious mind, we ought to spend some time looking at what are called facts. Since your birth, much of what you know has been given to you by someone else. your parents, your teachers, society, television, and so on. You have been given facts, and your subconscious mind has been acting on these facts ever since. From now on, you must question these facts to see if they are indeed true, or more important, if they are true for you. As I have already mentioned, it is quite widely known that your character is molded in the first year or two of your life. From then on, you are set in your ways. Do you remember the idea I gave you in Chapter 1 of how traditional lines of thinking are set up quite often incorrectly? Apply this to yourself. You were brought up by parents who had specific views, and you were educated by a system that was too big to resist. So you just accepted these ideas as a necessary part of growing up, whether you like them or not. Religious viewpoints were forced into your mind, often by people who never even thought about the implications. Religious ideals still in this day and age control everyday life. You do not think so? Take a deeper look at society. You will see it follows the traditional line of acceptance. Even if you are not a Christian, as I am not, you still have to conform to Christian ideas and dogma. There are now millions of laws that prop up the original 10 Commandments. There are still many things that you cannot do on a Sunday, and if you go into a court, you're expected to swear on the Christian Bible, and so on. There is not only religious interference in the way our forebears thought, there are many misconceptions as well. Not long ago, it was emphatically stated that humans would never fly. Luckily, Orville and Wilbur Wright did not take much notice of this. Neither did Neil Armstrong, who walked on the moon. Scientists also categorically stated that if humans traveled at speeds in excess of 60 miles per hour, their lungs would collapse. You probably find this amusing now, but these individuals were experts at the time. They taught people. They were leading lights. That was some time ago. Now we know better. Or do we? Has anything really changed? No, it has not. Our culture is influenced by the facts of the day, facts which appear to be right, facts that are often passed on by others without question. For instance, today's scientific facts change with amazing rapidity. Each time they are expounded as facts, then later on they are dismissed as irrelevant in the light of new facts. After all this time, you would think that we were getting nearer to the truth, but we are not. Today's wonder drugs cause tomorrow's side effects. The facts of life are often wrong due to acceptance and lack of original thinking. These facts are now part of our lives, and they are quite often being made to work by the power of our subconscious thought. Little wonder that most people are unhappy, unfulfilled, seriously ill, or desperate for happiness. People live in an unruly, confusing society that has no direction. The Christians are right. There is a hell, but it is right here on earth, created by the human mind in the light of ignorance. We have got ourselves into an awful mess and then blame everything else, including God, for our troubles. In truth, our troubles are of our own making, because we accept and believe the apparent facts. Think about it. Do you see how everything in life is explained quite clearly? The power of the mind is unlimited. The mind takes in impressions and then acts on these to produce physical facts. To believe the impressions you receive, to believe the facts, gives power to the subconscious mind, which then actuates and produces the facts as a physical result. There is no known fact that cannot be transcended. All that stands in the way is belief in that fact. If you change your beliefs, you can alter the facts. It's that simple. It is a fact that if you stick a skewer through your neck, you will feel intense pain. You will bleed and may even die. Yet with my own eyes, I have seen this done. No blood, no pain, and when the skewer was removed, no scar. How was this accomplished? Was it a trick or sleight of hand? Perhaps a cleverly designed skewer? No, it was all real. The same man invited someone to break up a glass bottle with a hammer. The pieces were placed in his mouth, and they were chewed and swallowed with no ill effects. A famous stage hypnotist put himself into a trance and hanged himself in front of an audience. After some time, he was cut down and remained unharmed. I'm not a great lover of stage hypnotists, but I have to admit that ordinary people can be made to see, hear, and feel things that are contrary to the way things are. The facts for these people have been changed. The list of impossible events is never ending and cannot be explained by rational thinking. There are public demonstrations of firewalking in which people walk barefooted over red-hot coal and emerge unscathed, without so much as a blister. The facts have been defied. How? By using the incredible power of the subconscious mind. Most of these phenomena are induced through hypnosis, but before you rush out and buy a book on the subject, let us look at some other aspects of mind control. It is generally accepted that the way to get things done is by gritting your teeth and exerting willpower. Nothing could be further from the truth. Trying to achieve results in this way is almost certain to produce strain. There has to be something better, and there is. In today's athletics, it is now quite normal practice for athletes to spend some time prior to the race psyching themselves up, to use modern terminology. In other words, to convince themselves that they can win. Notice that this is done quietly, usually in solitude and peace. Peace and power. Quiet thought, more energy. It is calmness that produces champions. Thought, then action. Ideas are put into the mind, and the mind comes up with the energy. Of course, physical training is necessary to accomplish these feats. But can anyone explain how a perfectly normal woman picked up a 2-ton car to free her son trapped underneath? On instinct, she called on pure power. If she had thought about this, the facts would have gotten in the way. She used non-thinking. She used the power of belief. Athletes use selective thinking. They reject facts and self-limiting ideas and choose constructive ideas, which they then accept or believe. The way to the subconscious power is by selective thinking, choosing the ideas you want and rejecting the so-called facts. Sometimes this is a slow and deliberate process. Other times it is spontaneous. In each case, in each instance, the facts and the normal reasoning facilities are bypassed in order to achieve extraordinary results. Hypnosis is one method you can use. The subject is placed in a trance-like state in which the conscious mind is quietened. Suggestions are made directly to the subconscious mind, and these are then made to work quite easily and naturally. To study magic, there is no need to adopt hypnotic techniques, unless you feel that you wish to explore the subject in its own right. It is very interesting, but I mention hypnosis only to show the way in which the mind can produce surprising results that defy facts. Notice the technique that is used. Relax, quiet the conscious mind, then alter the thinking to get the required results. Peace and power working together to get results. So often you hear this in life, yet so few see its important message. Yoga encourages peace in body and mind as a way to enlightenment. The same idea is seen in Buddhism or in trance states. Granted, little seems to be achieved by these ideas, other than a tranquil nature. Peace, poverty, and hardship have been grouped together because of lack of understanding. In order to still the mind, we have to apply self-discipline. We have to exercise control. Sometimes this is done to excess for the wrong reasons. Then the teaching is passed on for others to believe without question. When Gautama founded enlightenment, he found his own personal source of power in his own way. This does not mean that his path was completely valid for others who followed. If one man chooses to throw away the trappings of princes to seek peace in nature, so be it. Controlling the conscious mind sometimes involves doing without, as I have already explained. This helps us to get a better perspective on things. Poverty, starvation, and subservience to the gods are, however, inexcusable. Life is for living to the full. You may well have to deny yourself, but do this in order to gain, not because it is in the rule book. In order to gain control of subconscious power, there are certain rules to follow. The conscious mind needs to be stilled. You do not have to enter into a trance state, nor do you need hypnosis, or the more recent discovery of alpha waves. All you have to do is let go and relax. The way to power is through peace and tranquility. In order to relax the mind, you do not exert pressure or willpower. You relax. The process starts with the body. When this is still, the mind is then relaxed. Have you ever tried to relax your mind? Try to do this now. Stop reading and think of nothing or have no thoughts whatsoever for about half a minute. Most of you will have found this difficult, if not impossible. Some will have managed a few seconds, and then a thought would appear out of nowhere, or a picture would appear in the mind. Do not worry, this is quite normal. You will, however, need to take control and develop certain areas of your mind. You will be taught how later on in this book. Our inability to simply relax our minds produces two interesting ideas. Number one, we are thinking all the time and we have little control over this. Number two, what is it that is thinking and what is it that observes our thoughts? That is the real you. Try this again. Become calm and relaxed as best you can. Then, when a thought enters your mind, observe it. You have been observing your own thoughts. If you can do this, you can also control those thoughts. You can be selective. You can accept or reject. It is quite easy as long as you keep calm and relaxed. This is not just an interesting exercise. It does have its uses, as you will see. Now try something else. Again, I want you to stop reading, but this time I want you to use the faculty of touch. Become calm and then gently run your fingertips over any convenient object. Do not think, just feel the sensations. Experience them. If you did this correctly, you would be feeling, gathering information being passed on to your mind so that it can be evaluated and assessed. You are observing through the sensation of touch. Let us continue. This time find an object that has a definite color. Look at the color, do not strain, just relax and look at the color calmly with interest. Now what does the color bring to mind? Try to feel the color and get involved with it. The color is certain to spark off some reaction. Maybe a word came into your mind, maybe a picture came to mind. No matter. The color itself caused a reaction and made you aware of something other than the object, something other than the obvious fact. So far we have linked thinking with two senses, touch and sight. Let us now extend this. Again, stay quiet, calm, and breathe slowly through your nostrils. Try to smell the air and see what kind of impressions you get. After a while, try to taste something imaginary in your mouth or in the air itself. Smell and taste are linked together. Have you noticed how taste disappears when you have a cold? Your nose is blocked, so you cannot detect scent, and consequently, you have trouble tasting. Finally, I want you to stay calm and listen. Stop reading and listen to the sounds around you. Pick out the sounds one by one and identify them. Allow pictures of the cause of the sound to arise in your mind. If you are lucky, you will live where there is little noise. Many people are addicted to noise. They fear silence. Fear of peace is a lack of self-confidence. Try this again later on and try to hear the silence behind the other sounds. There really is nothing to fear in pure silence. Its effects can only be beneficial. What have we accomplished by all this? We have controlled and directed our thoughts. We have observed them. We have used the five senses in a particular way, and the result has been to make us aware of things other than the obvious. In a co-magical ritual, the mind is calmed and led away from everyday life. It is held in focus along a specific path by using the senses. To do this, you introduce color, scent, music, and so on. All these stimuli are introduced to help with focusing, so it is really important that you use the right colors in order to get the right associations and correct responses from your subconscious mind. That all-important tool, the imagination, is also brought into play, as it is this that gives us direct access to subconscious levels. This idea will be further developed a little later on and extended into magical practice. There is a tremendous difference between 1. Entering a temple, lighting a few candles, burning off the odd bit of incense, and sounding off a few words of power, and 2. Entering the same temple with the right attitude of mind and using one's calmness and imagination to achieve an end result. So often would-be magicians completely miss the point of how simple magic really is. They enter the temple with the wrong state of mind, usually fearful or overconfident. They prostrate themselves before the supposed mighty power of the gods, mumble someone else's words of power, and, in awed reverence, await judgment to be passed on them. Little wonder that the results are less than expected. By setting up fear patterns, by presuming and believing that you are lower than you really are, by inviting poverty and so on, sooner or later you are bound to get what you believe to be true. As you think, so you are. You become exactly what you believe yourself to be. No more, no less. This works for everyone, no matter who they are. Always remember this. You are as you think you are, and until you change your thinking, you stay as you are. Thought is just like a magnet. When a person's thought is established and accepted by the subconscious mind, results are inevitable. This works both ways, good and bad, usually the latter. We all have problems, but before you blame someone else on your circumstances, remember that most of these events have turned up because of your own inner thinking. If you think negatively, you invariably get negative results. But even then you can gain. Life always tries to point out where the problem really is, especially if you give it a chance. You can always learn from the problems in your life, and as a result of these, you can gain valuable experience. When you're born into this world, you enter a world full of problems. You unwittingly learn how to think negatively and add to the existing chaos. As a student of this book, you have already decided that the accepted norm is not for you. Something is pulling you away from all this and trying to lead you to better things. That something is you, the real you. This real you will become more and more familiar. You will learn how to use your mind as a magical tool to achieve those things that are dear to you. The process is quite easy. It will not happen overnight. It is a gradual process. It is a re-education, if you like. You are not so much learning as unlearning. You're getting rid of false thinking and allowing positive thought to be born again. Unlike academic studies in which you have to assimilate lots of often useless facts in order to pass some exam, in magic you find peace and empty your mind to allow the right ideas to come through. The peace and power come from the silent center within. In order to stimulate the subconscious mind into action, you have to use a language that it can understand. Fortunately, your subconscious mind does not respond to ordinary thought or the English language, or any other language for that matter. We would be in terrible trouble if it did. If every fleeting thought became fact, we probably would not live beyond a few years of age. Such is the degree of negative thinking around human beings. The subconscious mind is self-protecting for our own good, so in order to get it to respond, we have to adopt certain procedures. Let us have a look at these from a magical point of view. First, we have the use of speech. Everyday speech will have no effect. For example, say to yourself, "I am rich." Do this a few times to get the feel of it. The first thing that happens when you start to think is that you get a whole lot of reasons from your mind as to why this cannot be true. Do try this. Your mind has evaluated the statement, weighed the apparent facts, and presented them to you, so of course, nothing happens. Now try something else. Say to yourself, "I am rich." Say it several times with conviction and with feeling. Do not listen to the facts, but rather say it and believe it. Give your mind a picture of yourself living in riches and wealthy surroundings. Ignore the facts. Just do it. You are using exactly the same words, except this time you are telling your subconscious mind that you wish this to happen. Same words, but an entirely different approach. In magic, you choose your words carefully. Make them mean something. Or if you wish, say nothing. you can still get the same results without even opening your mouth. Of course, you can also see why you do not use Greek, Latin, or Hebrew, for example, unless you are fully conversant with these languages. One of the major drawbacks in trying to get the subconscious mind to respond quickly is the fact that the conscious mind will always try to present the facts or doubts. You have to watch out for this. If you perform a meaningful ritual and then spend the rest of the time doubting the results, you will inevitably delay or prevent a physical result taking place. As I said in Chapter 1, magic is a way of life, not a hobby. You have to change your thinking all through the day, not just for the occasional few minutes once or twice a week. Remember, you are out to change the facts, to transcend them, so you'll have to adopt a new attitude toward life and your own conscious response to new ideas. This is not as difficult as it sounds, providing that you do it gradually, a bit at a time. So often people go for the grand slam, a massive amount of money, or a large house. This is not the way to do it, and you will have problems in holding back the doubts and uncertainties that will try to get in the way. Start small with something you can easily handle. This way, you will learn how to control your mind for magical purposes. The method will not be too great, and the success rate is bound to be higher. You will notice that the subconscious mind responds best to feelings and pictures. This part of your mind knows nothing of words. To get results, you have to bring together in your mind the senses, the emotions, and the imagination. This may sound complicated, but in reality it is not. You are using natural abilities that have been dormant for a long time. The basic magical procedure is as follows. 1. Decide exactly what you want to bring about, remembering that at first this should not be too big. 2. Plan out the rituals, bringing together all useful items such as color, scent, music, and so on. 3. Gradually withdraw from everyday living and spend some time prior to the rite relaxing. 4. Enter the temple, still the conscious mind, and direct the thinking toward the intention. 5. Start the ritual, making use of all the relevant items that help attune the mind to the correct type of energy. 6. Allow the subconscious mind to give power to the intention. Let go and believe. 7. Return back to normal life and continue to use positive thinking. These procedures will be discussed in great detail later on in the book. For now, let us move on to an important stage that is used for contacting subconscious power. This is called the magical in-world, or the inner temple. Sadly, like so many other important magical tools, this is either neglected or remains unrecognized. Your subconscious mind responds to imagery, pictures, and symbols. The inner temple is a perfect blend of these principles. Building an inner temple is quite easy. Given a little time, it will help to build itself, as your subconscious feeds information back to you. Not only does your subconscious mind handle power and get things done, it also has all the answers to all the questions. In some ways, it is linked to everything in creation, everything that has ever been and everything that will ever be. So where do we start? We start with universal symbol, and that symbol is the encircled cross of the 4 elements. This has already been discussed in Chapter 2, but just to refresh your memory, it's a plain circle with an equal armed cross in it. Using this symbol, you build in your imagination a perfect world, or temple, in which all things are possible. I will give you an example which you can use quite freely. Eventually you will modify this, or perhaps even change it altogether to fit in with your own ideas. You will extend the ideas given to you already and use the principles given in this chapter. The use of the inner temple will increase your contact with power, so do spend some time on this. Pick some time when you will not be disturbed. Go into your temple or place you have set aside for your magical work. Sit down and relax. Spend some time on this, letting all thoughts of the outside world leave you for just a while. It helps if you have some joss sticks or incense burning. After a while, switch off any lights and light your central candle. While you are doing this, realize that this light is symbolic. It represents the eternal light of truth and your inner power. Contemplate this for a while. This is not just any old lamp or candle. It is special, and it has been lit for a purpose. It is a magical act and the start of a ritual. Sit down. There is nothing else to do except relax and perform the inner temple exercise on page 48. When you have finished the exercise, gently blow out the candle and leave the temple. Have a notebook that you can use as a magical diary. Write up any impressions that you received or anything of importance that you saw happen. No need for long essays, just short notes will do, as long as they will jog the memory when you read this again. Much of what you write down will probably not make sense immediately. No matter, it will eventually prove of inestimable value in your future and magical work. Do this magical exercise once a day for the next 2 weeks. You may of course carry on with it as long as you wish, but do perform the simple act each day for this period. Make it an exercise in self-discipline. Your mind will once again give you all sorts of excuses why you should not bother. Ignore this. Be your own master. Start now. You may have to sacrifice something to do this, but remember, input is proportional to output. The more you try, the more you gain. Read this chapter over and over again so that you become familiar with the ideas. These ideas will be extended later on into a coherent and workable magical system which is truly yours. The magical journey. This is a magical journey to a special place. The place exists in its own way, deep inside your own mind. It could be called a cosmic in-world, an inner temple, your inner temple. This inner world is very important to you, as it contains secrets that you need to know. The journey is quite easy. There is nothing for you to do except use your imagination. You will guide yourself to this inner temple. You will guide yourself to find the things that you need to help your magical work become more effective. The journey will start where you are present. Just breathe easily and slowly relax and let go. You may perform this exercise with the eyes closed in the beginning. The purpose of the exercise is accomplished when you can perform it with your eyes open. No need to strain, just relax, breathe comfortably and let go. Everybody has a certain amount of recall on their inner screens, the imagination. This is the third eye. The more relaxed you are, the better the visual imagery will be. If you find your mind starts to drift off the theme of things, gently bring it back on course. In order to find this inner world, you need a map, a symbolic map. The exercise that follows should be learned and memorized so that it can be recalled to mind without any difficulty. This is not as difficult as it may seem at first. After reading the symbolic story several times, it will not be long before you can recall every detail of your inner temple. The inner temple exercise. Imagine you see before you an encircled cross. See it in front of you on a door. Spend a little time building up the imagery in the mind's eye. Move toward this door in your imagination. Reach out and touch the door, and it opens, revealing a path. Go through the door and follow the path, which leads through a wood. There are wild flowers, and the colors are magnificent. There is a sweet smell of perfume in the air. Continue along the path through the trees. You begin to see a clearing, and in the middle are 2 gigantic standing stones. In between these 2 standing stones, there suddenly appears a large pentagram glowing in brilliant white light. Move toward the pentagram and step through it. Now, directly in front of you is yet another door. On this door is the symbol of the 6-pointed star, hexagram. Once again, the door opens and you are inside the inner temple. The inner temple is quite dark inside, apart from a single light suspended from the ceiling. You are in a large square room. On the floor are two interlaced triangles surrounded by two concentric circles. In the center, underneath the light, is a small circular pool filled with water. Set in the middle of each wall is a doorway. These are the colors of the four elements. The door in front of you is yellow, east. The door on your right is red, south. The door on your behind you is blue, west. And the door to your left is colored green, north. Suspended on the yellow doorway is a sword. There is something engraved on the blade. Can you see what it is? Now move toward the red doorway. Suspended on this door is a spear. Once again, there is something important engraved on the shaft. What is it? Now, move on to the blue doorway where you will find a chalice suspended in the doorway. This is ornate, cast in precious metal, studded with gemstones. What is engraved clearly on this chalice? Finally, move to the green doorway. There is a magical shield suspended on this doorway. It has a very simple yet special design on it. Remember this as it is your personal design. There should also be something engraved on this shield. Now, go back to the pool in the center of the temple. This is a magical pool. The water is not really water at all. It is power and energy. Later on, you will learn how to use this. It does have one other use, however. Just like a crystal ball, it can be used to see into the future. Look into its depths. It will tell you things and give you answers to questions. Look into the depths. Relax and look deeply into the water and allow images to come into your mind. If you have a cassette player, you can have some soft music playing throughout the exercise. After about 2 or 3 minutes of meditating at the pool, it will be time to leave. No need to go back the long way. This is a magical place. Right in front of you is a door. Just walk toward it. You go through the door and you are back in your own room. Stretch your arms and come back to normal. Before you forget any important points, write them down in your notebook or magical diary. One day they will come in very usefully. Always remember you can enter this magical temple anytime you wish. Eventually, you will make the journey in a few seconds. For now, practice this once a day for the next 2 weeks or until you can perform it with the eyes open. In order to aid your meditation period and to avoid counting, make up a string of about 30 to 40 wooden beads on a cord. All you have to do is to move a bead with your hand. When you reach the end of the beads, you have finished your meditation period and can return to normal. Chapter 4. The Gods Within. We will now discuss the gods and their relationship to humans. Who are the gods? What are they? Yes, we must continue to question everything, even God. There is a good reason for this, as you will see. In magic and in life itself, anything that will not stand up to questioning is highly suspect, and if it will not yield answers, it should be either avoided or scrapped. As we rapidly approach the new era of Aquarius, all ideas, religions, and philosophies will be reviewed, and those which are of no further value will be left behind. You can see this happening already. People are beginning to question, and the established dogmas are having to cope with this. No longer can we hide behind the usual phrase, "It is God's will." So what is God's will? What is God? There have been many gods since people began the search for reality. Perhaps we ought to review some of these. First came the old gods, beloved of Wicca and the old religionists. These are literally as old as the hills, and pretty fearsome and diverse they are too. Many of these stem from Celtic origin, like the original horned god, Gwyn ap Nudd, who is said to have ruled the dark period of Glastonbury Tor. Have you ever wondered why people love to worship horned gods? These old gods seem to be terrifying creatures whose sole aim is to put us in our place and keep us there. However, this is not the real function of these creatures. It only seems to be this way. If you wanted to protect something really valuable without involving massive security systems and untold expense, what is the best way to do this? Quite simple. Play on superstition and the unknown. The would-be intruders would then either give up or inevitably harm themselves in some strange way. The ancient Egyptians were masters of this. In order to preserve the tombs of their kings, they invented the most frightening stories of curses. Now, what about the mythological figures like the gods of the Greeks? Myths are very important. They invariably contain more than a grain of truth. These gods are not meant to be worshipped as such. Rather, they are the epitome of an idea or a valid principle. In any philosophy, there has to be order or some sort of system by which things are categorized, compared, or examined. The Greek gods, their escapades, their qualities, are ways of describing energy patterns and interactions. For instance, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, patron of the magical sciences and of medicine, noticed the manner of action, quick darting here and there, carrying messages. Hermes represents the mysteries attributed to the planet Mercury. Before we go any further, do not make the mistake of thinking that the planet Mercury rules anything. It does not. The planetary system is used to categorize cosmic energy, to put it into convenient compartments so that it can be studied, compared, and eventually understood. Any astrologer does this by noting the planetary positions at birth. Certain distinctions can be made, trends deduced, potential revealed, and so on. Planets become a convenient focus for attention, in other words, a filing system. Creation is very complex, and it is necessary to divide it up into smaller areas in order to understand its complexities and to make use of its energies. Could you describe creation in a few sentences and explain why such and such occurs in the way that it does? An impossible task as it stands. Use some scheme that categorizes things and you stand a much better chance of understanding the whole. Here's an example. Suppose that you just suddenly appear on planet Earth, right in the middle of a farmyard. You have no idea what all this means. You have never seen anything like this before. How do you describe this to someone after you return home? The first thing you do is to break it down into convenient groups of similarity. For instance, those brown things with horns, 4 legs, and a tail. Let us name them cows. Nearby are some other creatures, smaller with 4 legs, and covered with thick wool. Let us name these sheep. Right away, we can start to establish facts. Cows are similar to sheep. Sheep are smaller, and cows have no wool, though sheep do, and so on. With a little more observation and reasoning, you would soon deduce that cows do not breed with sheep or mate with these, and that they are a different species. Philosophies and magic use a similar technique. Everything is put into recognizable pigeonholes. The main system of classification used in magic is that of the planets. Through thousands of years of observation, humans have learned how to deduce cosmic action and reaction by using the planets as a focus, as a filing cabinet. The mistake was made when humans started to believe that the planets in fact ruled or controlled things. More will be said later about the planets, but for now, let us return to the Greek gods. The Greeks' entire system is based on planets and on planetary action, but instead of using abstractions and symbols, the Greeks used personalities. This is very important. For all gods to be really effective, they must first represent an idea. Secondly, they must be recognizable in human terms. They must be people or superhumans. Which can you identify with the easiest? Zeus, Apollo, Aphrodite, Thor, Thoth, or 5-pointed star? Notice that I said identify. The gods are personal. You can communicate with them without using complicated procedures. They understand, they get things done. But unfortunately, they also destroy and create havoc. Gods in general seem to be quite contrary. This is because humans built the gods around certain ideas and bestowed them with human tendencies. Should we really be surprised if they appear to act with human fallibilities? What started out as a good idea eventually became unsound and unusable. It should have been scrapped. Gods, by definition, can only be perfect. We may cover up these apparent inadequacies by saying and believing that we are not wise enough to know the truth, or that the truth may never be revealed because we are not wise enough to understand. Question and search for truth. You will soon see that this is not so. Ideas that originated several thousand years ago are not necessarily of use today. Put a taboo on an apple tree, and schoolboys will still try to steal the apples, and even a relatively inexperienced vandal will laugh. This is the 20th century, for better or for worse. The old values belong to olden times, and while wisdom and truth are perpetual, these vehicles quite often wear out. When Christianity first came to England, it brought with it the idea of one God, a sort of cosmic overseer. Lesser gods were dispensed with, or rather replaced by archangels and angels. Things of evil were given the title of demons, who also had an overseer, the devil. The devil was easy to recognize through his works of evil. The problem that most people could not seem to understand was that the devil, apart from the occasional burning and torturing in hell, seemed to have control over all those things that most of us liked. Simple everyday things like sex, money, success, happiness. On the opposite side, we had God who preached death and damnation to those who did not jump when he spoke, and this God actually admitted to being a jealous God. It was not too strange, really, that on the human front, the devil was winning all the time, or so the church informed us. Yet, who was taking all the money? Who owned vast tracts of choice land? Who lived in splendor, and who burned and tortured? The devil? No, the church. Did God stop all this? No, of course not. How could this Christian God do anything when it could not get its own values together? A God who incidentally created the devil in the first place, a God who was created by human beings. The idea of one God is not a new one. The early Christians borrowed this from the Hebrews. Over the centuries, this man-made God became a devil, a God of confusion and chaos, a God that made unreasonable demands. In reality, this God is quite dead, by virtue of the fact that it never lived in the first place. As I said earlier, gods are filing systems that we can contact in a personal way. They do not exist in their own right. They are man-made. They are therefore fallible. Gods are useful. They aid the formation of a belief pattern. Remember, as you think, so you are. Or, if you can believe, it will surely be. Just try believing that you are going to be much better off tomorrow. It is difficult to believe in your own power to change your life. You feel that no one is going to hear you. You're all alone. Now change the thinking. Up there is a God. He or she can do anything. All you have to do is ask. Here at last is your own personal genie, and any wish can be granted. Those of you who prefer a gentler image may choose a beneficent fairy godmother. No, this is not a silly game or a trick question. It is a way to truth. Really think about this. You now have a God who cares. He or she will grant any wishes regardless. This is not fiction. It is absolute truth. Dare you think about this? Why not? Everyone else invents gods to suit themselves, so why not you? Disrespectful? Not Christian? Fear of retribution? Violation of cosmic? Stop. Think. Taboos. Outmoded thinking from the past. The inability of today's gods to exercise any control over the affairs of mankind. Why? 2 reasons. 1, most people do not believe in gods anymore. 2, those who do tend to believe in some sort of degenerate being who is going to extract a price for their sins. In short, if they believe in something less than perfect, something capable of human hatred, a sort of spirit guide with power. What sort of God do you believe in? Have you ever really thought about this? Why not do this now? Stop reading and write down a description of your God. Really think about this and about your relationship with this being. Do not leave any stone unturned. Let all your thoughts and criticisms come out into the open. All right, let us call this List A. Put this to one side for a moment while we progress a little further. Suppose that you could adopt a new God, one much more in keeping with your needs and your beliefs. What sort of God would this be? How would this God react to your request for help? Would everything be granted? Would all your questions be answered? Would you be able to communicate with this God without falling on your knees or making some sort of sacrifice? Do not let your previous ideas get in the way. Think about the qualities that you would like. Stop reading, think about this, then write it all down. Now, having done this, let us call this list B. Again, put this aside while we continue. This time, I'm going to give you an image of a God. Read carefully. This God is above all others and can create anything you wish. This God cares. Whatever you ask will be granted without question. Nothing will ever be refused, no matter how great or small. This God desires only that you are content, successful, happy, and fulfilled. Keep this image in your mind. Anything is now possible. It is almost like having a blank checkbook and unlimited funds. You can write anything on these checks. They will always be honored. Now think about the possibilities. Then make a new list. Call this list C. I want you to write down your thoughts about this God. Keep those thoughts totally positive as though it were true. Think about the things you could do, the things you could have. Write these down. How would you feel about this? How would life change for the better? Use your imagination. Give it full rein. Indulge yourself. Remember, no limits, no awkward questions, just total freedom to do anything, just to have anything. Now you are in contact with total abundance, your own genie in a bottle. Write this down. Take your time. Now, having looked at God from every angle, what conclusion can we draw from all this? List A shows your present relationship, if any, with a God. Your ideas about this God are at this stage not completely your own. Most of these have been given to you by someone else, and you accepted them without question. Any ideas that you could not accept, you pushed to one side, usually a game without question, and perhaps you replaced these with something a little better. Some of you will have thrown out a God completely, perhaps because it did not listen or grant your wishes. List B raised your sights and gave you more scope. How well did you take the initiative? The question was, what sort of God would you like? Is this new God any different from your own? How great a difference is this? How many restrictions are still placed on your life or your relationship with this God? Lists A and B are a monument to negative and narrow thinking, and you will eventually see how this mountain of mistakes has limited your life and your inherent creative abilities. List C is of a different order. Here you were confronted with total freedom and absolute power. How then did you react? I hope that you really did take the initiative, if only for a few minutes. At the end of it all, we are still here on planet Earth with the same problems and unsatisfactory life conditions. Who do we blame for this? There are only two possibilities, you or God. Let us use the old excuse, God is always right, and we should not question his will. Or maybe it's some karmic debt or fate that is the problem. Did any of you think that perhaps it is God that is wrong? If you did, you would be right, 100% correct. If your life is unsatisfactory, then your beliefs in your God are mainly the problem. God is perfect, and we are not to know the reasons, so the established religions tell us, yet something is wrong. What sort of God is sadistic enough to cause us to constantly reincarnate with so-called karmic debts without giving us a clue as to what these are? Who is it that wants us to live in misery and will not answer our questions? I will tell you, someone else is God, someone who could not sort out his or her life and so invented excuses. The excuses were wrapped in mystery and called God's will. People built their own version of a God, and everyone else accepted it without thinking. Let us return to list C. I gave you an image of a totally beneficent God with unlimited power, there for the asking. If this God existed, life would be free from problems and there would be no lack. It is a nice hypothetical idea, but why is your life not satisfactory? Why are there so many unanswered questions? Look at the gods you believe in. They epitomize subservience, poverty, illness, karmic debts, evolution, and other such miseries. You believe in these, you accept these, so they work for you according to their nature. Remember that these are humans' ideas of a god. Now look again at the gods that you believe in. Is it any wonder that things are not as they should be? These gods are abominations, monsters, and sources of restriction, dead gods who create death. The only reason you really reincarnate is because deep down you believe that this is true. You believe in karmic debts. You believe in restriction and lack. Compare these gods and their associated problems with the image that I gave you. There is a tremendous difference. No karma, no reincarnation, no restriction, no poverty, no misery, or no wanting. There is only freedom and abundance. I gave you an image, a possibility. Now I will give you the one truth that will change your life if you let it, and it will make your magic work every time. The image that I gave you happens to be true. I gave you an idea, but you reacted to this idea and made it into a personal attitude toward a god. In the search for the real God, you must first reject all others. Start with nothing, and using constructive thought, build up your idea of what God ought to be for you. Any negative or restricted ideas must be avoided. Creativity is the key word. Your God must be creative, not destructive. Using your imagination, you build up a picture of God. You identify with the image, and by belief in this image, you eventually control maximum power. Whatever you believe in invariably comes true, so start to believe in something that is real. It is not as difficult as you think. Like the exercise earlier in this book, start by removing everything. Then after careful deliberation, start to reassemble or replace slowly and gradually. Keep the goal in mind. The real God is within you. Look at the top, not the base. Take it away from a human level. The real God is all-powerful and unrestricted, and so is beyond our limited human concepts. A human will look at a problem and decide that it cannot be solved. A God will always find a way for you to solve it because it can see more avenues and possibilities than you can. You do not have to sweat and strain to become wise enough to see even a small % of the possibilities. All you have to do is to ask God. There is no point in wasting your time trying to solve something that is outside of your scope. If in doubt, ask your perfect God. This God obviously has all the answers. Think about a God in this way and elevate your faults so that you begin to identify with the most powerful being that you can possibly conceive. The results will speak for themselves as your new belief patterns begin to work. Contacting your own true God is vitally important in the creative scheme that magic seeks to reveal to you. The scheme works like this. There is energy, life force if you like, and it can be used to create. 2. This energy is abundant and without end. There is no restriction in its supply. 3. Human beings have access to this energy at all times. 4. We have total free choice in the way in which we use this energy. No one sits in judgment except you. 5. Belief patterns help establish physical results. We will come back to this scheme and its principles many times throughout this book, but for now, we are dealing with belief patterns, and God is part of this. Let us look at the possibilities from two opposing viewpoints. On the one hand, you can believe in and contact a God who will ensure that your magical intention works. Or, on the other hand, you can fearfully utter a few spells from some grimoire. Which is going to work? The former, of course, because you are aligning yourself with infallibility. The other alternative is ineffective, as you do not even believe in what you're doing. You are hoping and wishing. Instead, you should be anticipating. As a human being, you are creative all the time. You are using energy and creating things around yourself without being aware of the fact. You are creating according to your present beliefs, most of which lie deep in your subconscious mind, away from view. Now you can see why things go wrong? Now can you see why things go wrong? Those beliefs are working all the time. They are not your beliefs. You accepted them without thinking, without exercising choice. Your subconscious mind directs power on your behalf, and it will continue to do so until you decide otherwise. It is no use blaming life, fate, someone else, or even God. You accepted belief patterns, and so you get the results, be they good or bad. Your subconscious mind does not know the difference between good or bad. It simply acts in the way you tell it to act. Fortunately, the reverse works just as well. Change your beliefs, present these to your subconscious mind, and everything changes to your advantage. For some of us, magic is the best way to change these patterns. It helps us use our mind, emotions, and imagination in a constructive manner. Magic leads us to our real potential and inherent power. The magical way is not complex in essence. It is quite simple once you have grasped the basic facts, and these are as follows. 1. There is an overall God who is totally for you, no matter what you are. This God will become whatever you wish it to be. It does not control you or try to interfere with your life. It only supplies those energies which you ask for. 2. Your subconscious mind directs power for you. It takes power from this God and creates whatever you wish. There are no limits other than those that you provide. Once given an instruction, it never fails to carry this out. Your subconscious mind does not understand the English language or any other language, which is just as well. Can you imagine what would happen if every fleeting thought became fact? The language of the subconscious mind is symbolic, and it responds to belief, a very useful safeguard. 3. Your life, destiny, and fortune are literally in your hands. You are totally creative and capable of whatever you wish to be, do, or have. You are the deciding factor in any situation, if only you knew it. Up to now, you have been unaware of your potential and of the possibilities. You have been asleep, and now it is time to awake. Look around and decide what you really want, and then claim it as your own. Magic will not only help this awakening, but also provide you with a sensible base and a sound pattern of personal perfection, based on true beliefs and total reality. Get to know your personal God, not as some distant, revered, and benign figure, but as a friend, a total giver. Ask, and you will be given. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be open to you. Who else could make such a promise and keep it? The answer is God, your own real God. As a final thought, most rituals do not work because there is no power and no knowledge of how to contact this power. Countless would-be students believe in words, robes, complex secret formulas, and so on. However, if you do not locate the power source and then connect to it, you finish up with a futile ritual. Your power supply is, or God is within you, so make use of it. Moving away from the concept of the central and all-powerful God, we ought now to look at another enigma, the so-called higher self or holy guardian angel. Let us dispense with all traditional ideas of shining golden figures who are so far removed that we can never know them. God and the guardian angels always seem to be grouped together, while human beings are placed on another level. From one point of view, this may well be correct. Purely human action and reasoning can be classified as a poor reflection of divinity. However, both are necessary in the scheme of things. God awareness works on one level, while human awareness works on another, usually the physical. The relationship is, however, much closer than is usually realized. We are all part of the same oneness. To deny human reasoning and action while praising God is similar to dropping a rock on your foot while saying, "There you are, God." I do hope this pleases you. I am in great pain and I will probably be crippled. See how I am mastering the physical evil which I live in? I know this sounds stupid. It is. But nevertheless, the same basic idea prevails even today. The cause of this is quite easy to see. Humans knew that they had to control the physical and master their own minds and resultant actions in order to achieve anything. They realized that there was something higher than the physical, something behind the obvious. While they made the prime mistake of presuming that the power behind all this was too far removed for them to contact. Therefore, they believed what they saw and touched and put everything else on a so-called spiritual plane. In order to contact this spiritual plane, humans denied themselves and sacrificed, presuming that this would raise them above the physical, to where the gods live. Humans are still doing this. The physical end of the spectrum became over-exaggerated and separated. This is, however, an untrue view. All levels of life are connected, and all are reachable. To presume anything else is folly of the worst kind. As you know, if you believe in something, it will come true. believe in the right kind of things rather than incorrect presumptions. To return to the idea of the real self, part of you is in direct contact with God's power. In other words, that part of you knows everything and can do anything it wishes on any level. So how do we get to know this wonder worker? Why does it seem so far away? It is not. People have removed it, just like they mistakenly did with God and power. Your real self happens to be you. At the moment, any similarity between you and this superb being must seem a little far-fetched, but I assure you that this statement is the truth. You and your real self are one and the same person. Let me explain. If we lived in a perfect world with no poverty, no lack, no wars, no disease, if everything you could possibly think of was exactly right, how would you react? I will tell you. You would be happy, content, positive in mind and action, free from worry, optimistic, and enterprising. In this atmosphere, you would never dream of being defeatist or negative. No, of course not. Why? Because when the environment is perfect, you function perfectly. The existing conditions or facts would help dictate your state of mind. Now take the reverse and have a look at the chaos we live in here and now. It is more than likely that you cannot think positively because on the face of it, it still seems pointless. Again, the facts are the result of belief patterns, and these belief patterns are based on the wrong conclusions. Life appears to be rather drab, and there is no hope unless we subscribe to the sackcloth and ashes penances. You, that is all of you, are aware of all levels of life, but you exist for the time being here on earth. You look at the facts, believe these, and because you have power, you make these facts work for you. Your real self is perfect, but you can be deluded by the purely physical end of awareness, thereby causing yourself many problems. By looking upward at God and your higher self, you're using psychology, a sort of carrot and donkey technique. That works as long as you do not carry the apparent facts or physical existence with you. This is why you search for truth and question. Please remember, however, that this higher self is not external to you. It is another aspect of you which functions on a different level. So believe in you, in your power, in your many levels of awareness, and in the total perfection that is you. Realize that you are far greater than you think, and realize that you are far greater than you think you are, and that you encompass all creation on many levels. You have vast potential. From a physical point of view, however, you seem to be totally restricted. Magic offers you a way out of the dilemma. By keeping in touch with yourself, you become aware of your inherent powers. Restrictions are seen for what they are, imaginary and untrue. Gradually, you learn self-assertion and self-development, and self-determination, which in short means happiness and fulfillment, no matter what anyone else does. The facts melt away. The new light dawns, and life belongs to you again. Remember, you can make anything happen. You have been doing this since birth without realizing it. Now you are becoming aware of the truth. Take the staff of truth, become yourself, and work your path in your own way using creative power as you go. The Magical Pentagram Circle. This chapter is extremely important, and it is vital that you do not overlook it. We will call this the erection of the Magical Pentagram Circle. You can do this anywhere, on a bus or train, in your place of work, while you are out shopping. Practice as often as you'd like. Practice makes perfect. Apart from being a magical exercise, this circle is very practical and useful in everyday life. Always remember that the magic pentagram circle is perfect and subject to the laws of perfection and truth. If you are faced with an irritating situation, erect the pentagram circle. Feel that you are surrounded by a magical circle of pure white light. Sometimes this is seen as a blue flame. You are safe inside this. Nothing can get through if you do not want it to. Use your imagination or visualize. You will be surprised how effective this becomes with little practice and patience. The irritating party will soon get the message and will leave you alone. If there is some problem that you wish to sort out, do not fret or lose your temper. Become calm, erect the magic circle and pentagrams, then think calmly about all this. Ask for answers and you will get them, often in surprising ways. The ritual of the pentagram is not just a magical exercise, it is functional, so use it often. The pentagram ritual exercise. We will now start to develop this exercise by using ritual. For this, you will need one white candle. First, lay out the temple area. Place your single white candle in the center of your altar. Again, you do not have to align your altar with the magnetic points of the compass, and if you are really stuck for space, the central light can just as easily be moved to some convenient place. It is the inner work that is important. The candle is there to help you concentrate. Before starting any ritual, it is important that you establish calmness and as much detachment from everyday affairs as possible. You cannot work an effective ritual if your mind is constantly bombarded by numerous thoughts. To be an effective Magickian, you have to control your thoughts. I will show you how later. It is not as difficult as you think. Again, practice makes perfect. Relax and let go as much as you can, but do not strain to remove thoughts. Use soft music to help you relax if you like. This may sound obvious, but magical lighting, candles, oils, lamps, subtle light, is also important. There really is not much point in lighting candles if you have 200 watts of electricity blazing away. The effect is completely ruined. If you do not like a complete blackout before a ritual, here are some ideas. Relax in another room and then go into the temple, perhaps carrying a lighted taper from which to light your candles. You could start with the temple in darkness, apart from a single candle, lamp, or nightlight that is burning in some corner, thereby giving you enough light to see what you're doing. If you like, before the ritual starts, you can always put this out. Some people prefer to keep a constant sanctuary lamp burning. If you have a permanent temple, do this. When you start a ritual, you are building up power from nothing other than peace and tranquility. By using minimum light before you start and gradually lighting lamps, you are following this idea through on a physical level. Having achieved a calm state of mind, you will be shown how to ritually erect the magical circle and the 4 pentagrams and put them on standby. When you are ready, stand in front of the central candle facing the quarter designated as east. Imagine a bright light shining inside you. Then imagine that some of the light inside yourself has transferred itself to the candle flame. Then light your central candle. Pause for a while and realize that the central candle represents your inner subconscious power. Now, imagine that the encircled cross of the 4 elements, sometimes called the Kabbalistic cross, is extending outward from the center of your candle flame. See Figure 1 on page 67. You may, if you like, draw this in the air with your finger extended in front of you. You could also create the encircled cross in the traditional way by touching the forehead, then the lower breast, then the right shoulder, followed by the left shoulder. Finish by clasping your hands and fingers together before the breast, as if in prayer. Use whatever means you can think of to fix the encircled cross in your imagination, if only for a second or two, as long as you are aware that it is there. This age-old symbol is the cross of the elements. By constructing this in your mind, you are putting your mind in touch with the elements in a rather special way. It is always best to combine physical action and movement with the imagination in ritual work. However, you can erect this in your imagination without even moving a muscle. The magic circle starts at the east as you trace a pentagram using the invoking star. This is always used when opening the ritual. The vanishing star is used when closing down. Both are shown in Figure 2. When you have traced the pentagram in the air in front of you and finished at the commencing point of the pentagram, Then imagine a central point in the pentagram. Stab it in the middle. Proceed in a clockwise direction with your arm outstretched through south, west, and finally north. When the last pentagram has been traced in the north, still holding your arm with your finger or magical dagger outstretched, continue to the east where you started from. You have traced a pentagram at each of the 4 quarters, the cardinal points. You should now be surrounded by a circle of white light with a pentagram in the same white light at each quarter. The pentagram ritual is now established and complete. To put this magical circle on standby, all you have to do is visualize the 4 weapons: the magical sword, the magical rod of power, a cup or chalice, and a shield. This implies control of energy. Extend your arms into the form of a cross, still being aware of the magical circle and 4 pentagrams. Imagine in each star the appropriate magical weapon. Looking toward the east, imagine a magical sword suspended in the center of the pentagram. Spend a little time on this. Then face south and imagine a magical rod of power or spear surrounded by fire in the center of this pentagram, yet unaffected by it. Then face and imagine in the center of this pentagram a cup or chalice filled with magical water. Finally, turn to the north and imagine in the center of this pentagram a shield. The shape and design is up to you. In all cases, use the images you saw in your inner temple. Spend some time thinking about the pentagrams in Magic Circle, or meditating. With little practice, this procedure will soon become second nature. Once you have erected the magical circle and pentagrams, you can proceed with any magical work you desire. The construction of the pentagram ritual is known as an opening and closing ritual, and it should never be omitted. With constant use and practice, your subconscious will accept the master key you are giving it and then will respond to your commands. Do not skip over this, or you will effectively prevent yourself from obtaining the power that ritual magic can give you. At the end of any magical work, it is important to perform the closing ritual. Quite simply, this is the reverse of the opening formula. On conclusion of any magical work, face the east, see in your imagination the sword disappear. See the pentagram fade and finally disappear from view. Realize that this quarter is now at rest. Now see the circle of light fade and disappear until it reaches the next pentagram, and so on. Continue around the magic circle, closing down each pentagram, and seeing the appropriate magical weapon disappear in turn. Finally, see the circle of light disappear at the east once more. Then, standing in front of your central candle facing east, you realize that you are now going back to ordinary consciousness. Magical work is at an end. See the encircled cross above the candle fade and disappear, and the light pass back into yourself. Then extinguish the candle. The magical circle is now at rest. Practice at least once a day for the next 2 weeks. We will move on to the next stage in Chapter 5. Remember that you can perform this ritual entirely in your imagination without any arm waving. The movements are from the traditional pentagram ritual and are not mandatory requirement, only a suggestion. Opening and closing ritual of the pentagram. With regard to the ritual of the pentagram, you may wonder how it is possible to see this in the mind's eye while imagining something else, such as opening the circle and pentagrams and the magical weapons. In other words, imagining 2 things at once. It is all a question of memory. To imagine several different things at the same time would, of course, be difficult if not impossible. Fortunately, we do not need to do this. As we build up the pentagram ritual, we establish each part in our memory, moving on through each successive stage, concentrating only on whatever is necessary. For instance, you start with the central light, imagining that this exists. Then your attention moves on to the next stage of imagining the encircled cross, then the first pentagram, and so on. There is no need to keep the image of the central light and encircled cross constantly in your imagination, because they are presumed to exist and in fact do exist in your memory. We use this in similar procedures in everyday life. For instance, suppose you were standing in a room facing a window. You would see the window quite clearly. Now if you turned around to face the opposite wall, you would of course see the wall instead. However, you would still know that the window existed because you had just seen it. In fact, you could recall this in your imagination because its image is stored in your memory. In a similar fashion, having become familiar with the room, you would know what the room looked like in totality without actually seeing this physically. It is exactly the same way with the pentagram ritual. Creating your inner temple and using your inner seeing, in other words, using your imagination, builds up an imaginary room in your memory. All through the building up procedure, you establish each stage before moving on to the next. Therefore, at the pool, you are free to concentrate on this, knowing that the inner temple, doorways, and weapons exist in your memory, because you have put them there. At the end of the ritual, it is necessary to inform your subconscious mind that they are no longer established. Hence the need for a closing procedure. Never forget that although the magic circle and inner temple are imaginary, it would be easy to dismiss the entire concept as being worthless. This is not the case. Any deliberate erection of a symbolic pattern will have an effect on the inner mind because you are using what is, in effect, a powerful language that the subconscious understands. It is therefore necessary to treat these symbols with respect and practice and to use them often. You should also bear in mind that symbols are not holy or sacred. To worship them is sheer folly. Likewise, they are not meant to be worn as ornaments or lucky charms. People who do so show a marked lack of understanding as to the real nature of symbols. Chapter 5. The Secret of the Four Elements. In this chapter, we are concerned with the four elements, the magical weapons, and the subsequent doorways of power. Not much has ever been written about the elements. Students simply tend to accept that they exist and work with them. Defining the elements is not an easy task. Probably the best contemporary work is contained in Magical Ritual Methods by W.G. Gray and The Art and Practice of the Occult by Ophiel. However, these are not fully satisfactory from a purely practical point of view. Before we can start to use something, we ought to know what we are dealing with. The explanation that follows may well be considered unorthodox by hard-headed Kabbalists, but no matter. If it helps you to understand the elements, then it is valid. Everything contains energy, and I do mean everything. Even a stone has energy. As you will find out if you are fortunate enough to be able to sense energy. Strange as it may seem, my very first experience of pure energy came not in a temple, but from a large piece of rock that was part of a famous stone circle. At first I felt very strange. I became aware of energy, and that this energy came from a stone. Not only stone exhibits this phenomena, water has this quality as well. Everything contains energy. Some things like fire exhibit this freely, while others do not, like stone and water. Yet, it is still there. So what does this energy do? To answer this, we need to look at the smallest particle in existence, the atom. It is well known that the atom basically consists of a nucleus surrounded by electrons. Those with an astute mind will have noticed that this resembles a solar system in miniature. The very thing that holds the electrons in their orbit is energy. The same energy holds an atom together to form molecules, and these molecules are, in turn, held together by the very same energy. So what causes the difference between, say, a stone and fire? Quite simply, the way in which the inherent energy is distributed. In other words, the energy pattern for stone is different to that of fire. This is obviously an oversimplification of the facts, but in essence, it is true. The only difference between stone and fire is the energy pattern. If you consider that everything in creation consists of an inherent substance called matter, held together by energy, you get a pretty good idea of how these things work. Change the pattern of energy, and you change the nature of the substance. To take this to its logical conclusion, the only difference between an apple and a chunk of iron is the way in which the energy is distributed. If this theory is true, then there ought to be millions of energy patterns, and indeed there are. In order to understand how they all work, rather than look at them collectively, it is far better to group them together in convenient categories. For instance, apples, pears, oranges, lemons, cherries, these are all fruit. Generally, they are all similar. The same can be said for granite, sandstone, limestone, and serpentine. They are all rock. They are similar, so their energy patterns must have something in common. This method is laborious and time-consuming. The ancients had a much better idea. Instead of looking at the physical end product, they looked at the energy itself. It soon became apparent that the energy could be equated to numbers. And by using numbers, they began to understand how creation itself worked. Numerology is an offshoot of this early research. However, this is a vast and complex subject that is best studied in its own right. For now, we will mainly concern ourselves with the number 4. So often this number appears in everyday life as well as in work. The 4 points of a compass, the 4 seasons, the 4 phases of the moon, and there are an average of 4 weeks to each month. We measure time in quarters, 1 on the hour, quarter past, half past, quarter to. And in biblical lore, you get the 4 horsemen in the apocalypse, the 4 evangelists, the 4 archangels. In magic, there are the 4 elements. All numbers are important in their own right. Take the number 3, lucky 3, third time lucky, 3 wishes, and in magic, the triple goddess. If you multiply 3 by 4, you get 12, the number of signs in the zodiac. Of special interest to Kabbalists is the number 10, as this is the number of spheres on the tree of life. The way numbers have influenced our lives and our thinking largely goes unnoticed, but as a matter of interest, let me draw your attention to some of the things we take for granted. Do you remember the Old English system of measurement? In English sterling, there were 12 pence to the shilling. There are 12 inches to the foot, and 3 feet to the yard. Certain specific numbers seem to dominate this system. The number 2 represents duality, male and female, positive and negative, light and darkness, and so on. The numbers 3 and 4 have already been discussed. 7 is the number of traditional planets, and 10 emanated from Kabbalistic sources. Have you ever wondered why there were 112 pounds in 100 weight? Look at the number in a different light. There were 16 ounces to the pound, which is 4 multiplied by 4. There are 13 pounds to the stone, British measurement of weight, and twice 7 and 4 stones to the hundredweight. In money terms, before decimalization of the currency in 1971, there were 20 shillings to the pound note, or twice 10. Do you know why there are 360 degrees in a circle? Why not a nice convenient metric number like 100? The earliest circle known was the zodiac, with its 12 signs. Each sign is divided into 3 parts of 10 degrees, known as decantes. Multiply the number of signs in the zodiac by 3, and you get 36. The number of decantes in the zodiac circle. Now look at that word, decante. Deca means 10 in Greek. Multiply 36 by 10, and you get 360. The ancient measures did not occur by chance. They were deliberate. According to Kabbalistic lore, God uttered his own name and creation began. This name consists of 4 letters. YHVH, Yod-He-Vav-He, called the tetragram. Each letter represents an element, so it is fair to assume that everything is made up of these 4 same elements in different proportions and combinations. The traditional magic circle symbolically represents all of creation as shown in figure 3. It is divided into 4 sections or quarters, and to each quarter is allotted an element. These 4 elements are air, fire, water, and earth, and they represent 4 different types of energy. Some idea of the nature of each element may be gleaned by looking at their physical equivalents and the physical phenomena generally. Firstly, we align the circle to the points of the compass. Then we allow east to air, south to fire, west to water, and north to earth. Using this as a base for looking at nature, let us take the most obvious phenomena like the path of the sun. We begin the day at dawn, so let this belong to east and air. Then we move to midday or noon. This then belongs to the south and fire. Next comes dusk. This belongs to the west and water. And finally, we have midnight, which is allotted to north and the element earth. If we were to use this magically, we would expect to find the element of air was in evidence between dawn and midday. Fire would predominate from midday to dusk, and so on. Note that the appropriate element would predominate during these periods. You cannot have one single element by itself. All four must exist at all times. But during their respective periods of dominance, the appropriate element would be far more noticeable than at other times. Let us have a look at the greater solar cycle, the 4 seasons. Spring belongs to air, summer to fire, autumn to water, and winter to earth. Can you see the similarity between the seasons and the elements? Take summer, for instance. This is a time for maximum heat and energy and is compatible with fire. Once again, we have a guide to when each element predominates. For magical work with the elements, this guide is quite useful. If you wish to make use of the element of water, the best time generally is from dusk to midnight, especially in autumn. This is a simple example of how the cosmic tides work, and, of course, how you can easily make use of them. There are numerous others. Take the lunar cycle of 28 days. The new moon belongs to air, the first quarter of fire, the full moon to water. You have all heard of the harvest moon. Bring this back to the magic circle, the full moon tied to the element of water. In autumn, which of course is the time of harvest, is called the harvest moon. By adopting the fourfold system of the elements, you can learn a great deal about life and creation in general. The quarters can be used as points of reference or as filing cabinets for information, as you have just heard. Under West, we have autumn, evening, full moon. From this list, we can decide if we wish to work with the element of water. We use these time periods because the element of water is predominant. In this case, water is said to rule these periods. This is not strictly correct for reasons given before, but as long as we remember that rulership is a word of convenience, we shall not go astray. What else does water rule? Well, obviously, water itself in all its different forms. It also rules emotions, our sense of taste, and numerous other everyday items and occurrences, which are far too numerous to mention at this stage. The idea of rulership is valid and extremely useful. In magical terms, this leads us to the doctrine of correspondences. In short, everything is ruled by the planets, the signs, and the elements. You will find tables of correspondences printed in various magical books, but be warned, most of these are contradictory. The reason for this is simple. In most cases, these are personal lists adopted by individuals. Sometimes they have been carefully thought out. More often, they have not. The best list of correspondences available is the one you make yourself. This is not difficult, as you will discover, and at least you will know that it is accurate and that it works. More on this later. To recap the ideas we have discussed so far, 1. Everything physical consists of inert matter and energy. 2. Different energy patterns produce different physical objects. 3. Energy conforms to the fourfold scheme of the elements. 4. In any physical object, there is a predominant element that helps us categorize it. If the magic circle represents the 4 elements, and everything in physicality contains the 4 elements, and the pattern of the 4 elements dictates the physical characteristics of matter, then we have a useful system whereby we may contact these energies and use them. However, is it possible that a simple circle divided into 4 can really categorize every energy pattern in existence? To be of real value, it must, and the answer is yes. You have 4 elements. How many combinations of all 4 can you have? The answer is 24. Now suppose you divided the element of air, for example, into 4 sub-elements, so that you get air of air, fire of air, water of air, and earth of air. Do this with the other 3, and we have a total of 16 sub-elements, 4 to each quarter. Now how many combinations does this give? The answer is 1,572,864. Take this one step further. In this day and age, we have 10 known planets, which for the purpose of magic includes the luminaries. Each of these rules specific energy patterns which are usable magically. This will be discussed later. But for now, simply imagine that you have 10 planets in each quarter of for 4 different ways of looking at the 10 planets. If we recognize that the elements are present in everything, we must conclude that the planets themselves consist of 4 elements, so we allot 4 elements to each. This gives a total of 40 divisions per quarter, or a grand total of 160. Working out all the possible combinations, we get a staggering 61,440,000 different fourfold possibilities. More than enough to cope with every eventuality on this planet. The simple magic circle has now been developed into a vast system of creation. So far, so good. But how can we make use of this? If you had to sift through all the physical phenomena on our planet and file it under its elemental pattern, you would need more than a few hundred Earth lives and a very massive filing cabinet. Even today's computers would have great difficulty in handling this. Anyway, can you think of 61,440,000 different things which could exist here and now? I certainly cannot, and I doubt if there is this many in existence. If you carry this argument to its logical conclusion, you can see that there are bound to be energy patterns that have not even been used to this date. So far, we have made an interesting excursion into the realms of symbolism and mathematics, but how does this help our magical work? Look at it this way. The magic circle of 4 elements and 10 planets is linked to every energy pattern in existence, albeit in a symbolic way. Now suppose we know the precise elemental combination of something physical, say a stone. If we can somehow tune into this combination, we ought to be able to tune into or influence the stone itself in some way. If you think that this is impossible, you are wrong. What about psychometry, where a person touches an object and can tell you where it has been, who owned it, and so on? This is tuning in. What about telekinesis, where people move objects using only the power of thought? This is exerting an influence in some way. These people have found the correct combination and, as a result, have discovered something that is classified as paranormal. I am here to tell you that this is not paranormal. It is perfectly normal. But we have forgotten how to do these things. The human mind can influence matter by tuning into and influencing the inherent energy pattern. There could be no doubt for this. The process is known as magic. However, when faced with some 61,440,000 possibilities, having to learn all these in addition to learning how to influence the patterns, you can be excused for giving up right now. A hefty computer would help if you had the time and expertise to work out the program. Fortunately, you do not have to go to all this trouble. The means is already at your disposal. It is quick, efficient, and costs nothing. This incredible computer knows every energy pattern that exists and will ever exist. It knows exactly the right combination for every object ever created so far. Not only this, if you give it an instruction to tune in or influence a physical object, it will do this without question, with 100% success. Have you guessed what it is? It's your subconscious mind. So, why is it we cannot do this right now? Some pointers to the riddle have already been given in previous chapters. You can compare the subconscious mind to a vast computer, an energy source. Every computer needs a program, or it is just a heap of components with electricity flowing through it. Your subconscious mind has such a program. It is called creation. Like any computer, access to the program is controlled so that only those who know the correct command or master key can gain such access. So it is with your subconscious mind. Belief is one such access. Anything that can be believed can be made fact. Belief, however, is not the complete answer. The subconscious mind will respond positively to various commands and then execute the program. Belief is one. Suggestion is another. Concentration helps, as does relaxation of the conscious mind. All these things aid access, but the correct procedure is to see and use the master key, which is the symbol of creativity, the encircled cross, and the 4 elements. The use of this symbol in your imagination will give immediate access to the subconscious mind. The rest is up to you. All magical equipment is used only to aid this inner contact. Eventually it can be dispensed with. I have always maintained that magic is our natural birthright and that it is simple. Unfortunately, we often have to go through many complications to get to this simplicity. We live in a complicated world. By now, we should have swept away many of these restrictions. From now on, your magical work should be simple. You will not need lots of equipment, scores of books, or hundreds of notes and rituals. You can make it as complicated as you like later on. For quite often, the mind delights in the complexities of creation. This is quite valid, but only if you have found simplicity first. Now let us look again at the magic circle in the light of understanding and common sense. Demons and astral entities can be left with those people who prefer that pointless form of pastime. The encircled cross is the master symbol. The more you work with and familiarize yourself with it, the easier it will be to use this to unlock the door to your subconscious power. The true magic circle exists in your mind. Any physical representation of this or the quarters can only ever be an aid to concentration and the focusing of the mind on this symbol. Let us now familiarize ourselves with the master key. See Figure 4. Symbolically, the circle contains all creation. Within it, all is possible. You, as an individual, stand inside this circle. You can move everywhere and anywhere you like, and you are free to create whatever you wish. The area covered by the circle can be as small as your temple, or it can contain the entire universe. At each of the 4 cardinal points are the focal points for the 4 elements. At east you have air, at south you have fire, at west you have water, and at north you have the element earth. In order to control the elements, you need another symbol, one that your subconscious mind recognizes. Traditionally, these are the 4 weapons. For air, you have the sword. For fire, the spear, wand, or rod. For water, the cup, or chalice. And for earth, the shield. You need not, at this stage, purchase or make physical representations of the weapons. At the moment, it is far more important to understand them. There is a certain amount of controversy over the placing of the sword and the rod. Some people put the sword to fire and the rod to air. This shows a complete lack of in-depth thinking. If you track the traditional attributions, you will find that the ones I have given you are correct. You can make anything work if you try hard enough, but the path of least resistance is usually the best. Each magical weapon is used to control its appropriate element. When you pick up a magical rod, you do so in order to use it. In this case, to control the creative power of fire. If you remember this fact, you will not go far wrong. The symbolic handling and setting up of all 4 weapons implies total control of every elemental energy pattern that exists within your circle of creation. We live, however, in a 3-dimensional world, so we must look again at our magical circle, which at the moment is 2-dimensional. In addition to the 4 cardinal points, there are 2 more needed to complete the scheme, 1 above and 1 below. The uppermost point represents the power of the All-Father, energy, flowing downward toward earth. It could be likened to manna from heaven, and we always refer to God as being up there in heaven. The point below belongs to the opposite number, our Earth Mother, matter. She grows upward and responds. To make this 3-dimensional magic circle, we have to turn it into an inner temple. This is done quite easily and forms the basis for a useful ritual. You can do this anytime you wish, and in fact, you should practice this often. The rewards are proportional to effort, so do become familiar with these procedures. The completed magical circle, which consists of the encircled cross of creation, the 4 pentagrams, the 4 magical weapons, and, of course, the 4 cardinal points with the source of bright light in the center. This should be practiced as it is the ideal way in which to start a ritual or meditation because it alerts your subconscious mind. By erecting this symbol in your mind, you are giving the master cipher to your subconscious mind. Gradually, you will learn how to give commands that will inevitably result in power being released for whatever purpose you desire. For those who like to meditate on or contemplate such things, here are a few interesting lines to follow. The magical circle and pentagrams are a perfect scheme of creation, and their geometry will reveal much to those who decide to research in this way. From top to bottom, you have the creative potential of father, mother, the birth cycle, and the mysteries of the child of light. Around this pivot are the elements whose combinations spell names of power. As you learn to speak these names, you are able to create. The real names of power are not earth names and words, they are patterns of energy. It is not the words and actions that matter, but always the inner work which produces power. Such inner work is done simply in the imagination. For instance, you could say Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, while inwardly performing this ritual by erecting the magical circle and the 4 pentagrams, one for each word. Words are quite useful, especially if you are working with other people, but you can manage without them. You now have a magic circle which, with practice, can be erected very quickly. As your subconscious begins to recognize this, it will become more and more effective. Gradually, we will build up a complete magical system with it, a system that is completely yours. Inside this magical circle, we will build up a temple, an astral temple, and use this to good effect. Always remember that the outer physical temple and its equipment are only there to help you concentrate. The outer temple is a place where you can shut out the distractions of the outside world while you go back in. If you have such a place, well and good, but if not, it does not really matter. Anywhere quiet will do. It is the inner temple that really matters, and you carry this around in your head. Preparing for magical work. Here is the second stage of the exercise to expand your awareness of this magical circle and build up the magical temple ready for magical work. Following is a complete and very effective ritual. You will need to practice this procedure for a day or so that you can perform it fluently. The words and ideas are my suggestion to you. You may use them, you may elaborate on them, or you may change them to suit yourself. You need not speak out loud. You can say all the words in your mind. Before you start any ritual, be methodical. Plan out the ritual and have your intention clearly in your mind. Here's a checklist of the things you may wish or need to use. 1. Organize some relaxation or soft music and a cassette recorder on which to play this. 2. Know the inner temple exercise fluently. 3. Have your central white candle or lamp already in position. 4. Have some means of lighting the candle, such as a match or a taper. 5. Have joss sticks or general incense with a charcoal block and something to burn this in. 6. Have a robe if you feel that you need one. 7. The all-important intention is the most important preparation. I suggest that you make the intention the acquisition of your own personal power. Set an appointed time when you will not be disturbed and lay out the temple area ready for use. Put on your robe or in some way attire yourself ready for work. Using the procedure already given, switch on to your relaxing music or soft music and allow yourself to relax and let go of all outside thoughts. On completion, change the music if you wish. Spend a little time contemplating your God and your inherent power. When you are ready to move to your central candle, facing east, say clearly, "Behold my inner light rising into recognition, illuminating all darkness." See the light shining before you. Then say, "I am immortal. I have power. I create according to my will." See the light transferring to your central candle, then light the candle. Now you may touch your forehead. Touch your lower breast, then touch your right shoulder, and then your left shoulder. Circle your hand in front of this area to join up the arms of the cross. Clasp your fingers and hands together on the breast as if in prayer. You can, if you like, draw this in front of you with your forefinger and say, "Behold, this outer representation of my inner power. As light illuminated darkness, so shall power exert influence throughout this magic." Now see an encircled cross extending outward from the flame as you perform these gestures. Now we move on to the opening of the quarters. Still facing east, trace out the eastern pentagram. Then say, "Behold, the element of air rising as the dawn and flowing freely as a morning breeze." See in your mind the sun rising, feeling the air blowing gently around you. Spend a little time on this. Now stab the pentagram in the middle and say, "Behold, the eastern pentagram, which represents my total energies of air." Now, with your arm still outstretched, turn to the south, forming a circle as brilliant white light pours out of your forefinger. Facing south, trace the southern pentagram, then say, "Behold, the element of fire burning brightly as the midday sun, giving warmth and power." See this in your imagination. Try to feel this warmth. Stab the pentagram as before and say, "Behold, the southern pentagram, which represents my total energies of fire." Now continue around, turning to the west, tracing the circle as you go with outstretched arm. Facing west, trace out the western pentagram, then say, "Behold, the element of water, lying peacefully in the light of the setting sun, bringing abundance and plenty." See in your imagination the setting sun over the sea, followed perhaps by clear water flowing from an underground spring. See and try to feel this. Stab the pentagram in the center and say, "Behold, the western pentagram, which represents my total energies of water." Finally, we open the northern quarter. Turn to the north. See brilliant white light pouring out of your forefinger. Facing north, trace out the northern pentagram. Then say, "Behold, the element of earth illuminated by the starlit sky, bringing stability." See this in your imagination and try to feel the solid earth underneath your feet. Stab the pentagram in the center, then say, "Behold, the northern pentagram, which represents my total energies of earth." Now continue with outstretched arm. Tracing the circle to the eastern pentagram, facing east, extend your arms in the form of a cross. Then say, "In accordance with cosmic law and through my inner guidance, I now take control of all elemental forces. Around me are the four symbols of dynamic power." Looking toward the east, say, "Through my true magic sword do I direct the air with my thoughts." See the magic sword appear in the eastern pentagram, and then turn and face the south, and say, "Through my true magic rod do I direct fire with my creative power." See the rod or spear appear in the southern pentagram, then turn and face the west and say, "Through my true magic cup do I receive abundance and emotional uplift." See the cup appear in the western pentagram, then face the north and say, Through my true magic shield do I shape matter with purpose." See the shield appear in the center of the northern pentagram. Finally face the east and say, "I now declare this temple open and the magic circle firmly established." This is now a good time to burn any incense. Then say, "In the column shines the six-rayed star." The columns are the two magical pillars that are used as symbolic doorways in which you enter the inner temple. Black on the left and white on the right. You do not at this stage need to have physical pillars. You need not have them at all. Simply imagine them in front of you. Then see a six-pointed star appear, hexagram, emblazoned on a door. This is the door to the inner temple. You are now ready to proceed with any magical work. You may, if you like, state the purpose of the ritual. This helps to refresh the memory. When you are ready, be seated or, if you prefer, stand and perform the inner temple exercise. When you get to the pool in your imagination, think your intention into the pool and see the waters reacting and shining with light. It does not matter whether you do this with your eyes open or closed, just imagine this is happening. Do not do this and hope something may happen. Do not wish that it may come true. This is the wrong way to do things. Refresh your memory. I have power. I have creative power. You can create anything that you wish. Doubt and half-heartedness reduce the impact. Have nothing to do with these things. Put complete trust in your hidden power into the pool. This ritual will produce results. It cannot fail unless you do not want success. Before you start, fill your mind with positive thoughts. Tell yourself that this is what you want and that you are going to give your magical power a chance to prove itself instead of struggling along the hard way. The more that you put in, the more that you get out. So give it everything you've got. Let it happen now. At the end of the inner temple exercise, leave the inner temple by the door. Stand up and facing east, see the sword and the pentagram disappear. Then say, "Let there be peace." Turn to each quarter in turn, seeing the circle, pentagrams, and appropriate weapons disappear, then return to the east. See the encircled cross disappear. Then say, "Behold, what has happened this day? May my inner power continue to work on unseen levels, achieving my desires in natural ways." Extinguish the central candle. See the light pass back inside yourself and see your inner light fade away. Then say, "Peace is power, and all power lies in peace. I now declare this temple closed." Then leave the physical temple. If you have any impressions or ideas, write these down in your notebook before you forget them. With a little practice, you will become proficient in the use of this basic ritual. Practice this daily for the next 2 weeks. The sooner that you learn it, the sooner that you can develop it further into a simple, magical, powerful ritual that will enable you to use magic to get results. Chapter 6. Symbolism, the key to power. We are now going to deal with symbols. The first step must be to ask, what is a symbol? What does it do and how can we use it? Sadly, very few students know the answer to these questions. They do not know the power of the question, why? As I have said before, never do anything in magic that you do not understand. So let us now follow the ever-unfolding path of discovery through the maze of symbolism. What is a symbol? Rather than go into a long-winded discussion, here's an example from everyday life. We are all familiar with the mathematical addition sign, the plus sign, so much so that very few people ever think about its meaning. It means add together, or plus for short. This simple cross is a symbol representing a host of thoughts. Can you imagine how complicated mathematics would be without it? Instead of the cross, we would have to write, add these numbers together to form one number. In addition, by its use, we also imply that the numbers should not be subtracted, divided, or multiplied. Without this symbol, writing down the addition of the numbers 1 through 10 would take up several lines and would take a great deal of time. How about a note of music? A simple black dot with a tail. It is far easier to write and understand the symbol than to say to another musician, "No, not that note, up a bit." Yes, that's it. Now, can you hold that note for about 2/10 of a second? Ridiculous. As these examples demonstrate, symbols represent ideas and convey these ideas quickly. They store information and then convey this information almost instantly. These are just 2 of the symbols used in everyday life. There are many more, and without them, life would be far more complicated than it is now, and progress would be far slower. Now, what about magical symbols? Well, they work in exactly the same way. First, they store information for quick recall, and more importantly, they are a language of power. To take this idea further, numbers are symbols. They represent an idea. Life is full of symbols. Many are taken for granted. Not so in magic. We have to use symbols and understand them. In order to make a symbol work effectively, it must be understood. Your reaction to it would be instantaneous. This is not an impossible feat. When you first started to read, how did you do it? You started by using symbols called letters, the letters of the alphabet. When you look at a word now, you do not look at each word and quietly say to yourself, A is for apple, B is for ball, and so on. All that preliminary work has been done. Your eyes see the letter, recognize the word, and the word, which is yet another symbol, means something. You can do this because of practice. Now you have no difficulty in using these early symbols to communicate. You will notice that you do not think when you use symbols. It is automatic. Something else is doing the thinking for you, and that something is your subconscious mind. It recognizes the symbols, interprets them, and passes on the meanings to your conscious mind instantly. A magical symbol does exactly the same thing if you let it. There are two forms of magical symbols, personal and universal. The former needs to be worked on. The latter already have been and contain a wealth of knowledge and power if you work with them. Let us have a look at the personal symbols first. They are available by the hundreds. Books are filled with them. They are copied, sold at exorbitant prices in many different materials. An eager public buys these magical symbols hoping that some of the power will work for them. By now you should know exactly why it does not. If not, then you should go back over the previous chapters to see why. A personal symbol is personal. It belongs quite rightly to the person who conceived it. It cannot work for others because even if they try, they cannot understand it to the same degree. The universal symbol is another matter. It can be personalized, yet it is universal. The encircled cross is one such symbol, and the pentagram and hexagram are others. In working with any universal symbol, you not only build up your own associations, you can also draw on the wealth of knowledge of all time. How? I will try to put this in simple terms. We discussed in the previous chapter how everything is composed of the four elements, arranged as an encircled cross. No matter what it is or has been created, it will fit into the scheme, the symbol. Creation begins with thought, and thought controls the elements. Therefore, it is safe to assume that all the thoughts are contained within the encircled cross. This is not only true for you or me, but also true for everyone who has ever lived. The symbol is valid throughout creation. It embraces all energy patterns and all thinking. When working with this universal symbol, you are contacting everything. The potential of the encircled cross symbol is, therefore, vast and totally beyond our comprehension. You should always bear in mind that as all geometric shapes are born out of the division of a circle, so all other universal symbols are to be found within the encircled cross. The study of this and other symbols in their own right is a specialized branch of magical training, which, due to its complexity, is far beyond the scope of this book. Just as some people learn only sufficient math to get by, while others choose to study math in its own right, there are many branches of magic which can be studied either in depth or superficially. It is up to you to develop along whichever path you wish to go, and go as far as you wish along that path. Let us now, however, return to practical magic. Symbols and symbolism are very important in magic, for the simple reason that your subconscious mind understands and responds to these in a positive way. We have done some initial work with the encircled cross, and we have used this in a symbolic way, by working its pattern into a ritual. Now we will extend the process. The use of symbolism is best illustrated with an example. If you light a candle, in the ordinary sense, if you strike a match, light it, and then use the candle for its intended purpose. The act is simple and automatic. You need some light, so you light a candle. Now look at this from a different point of view. Light a candle and follow a train of thought. We generate flame from nothing. It brings light to darkness together with a little heat. We can see much better. Creation itself is just like this. First there is a thought, an intention, a need. This is followed by action, and finally, a result. Where would we be without light and heat? We cannot live as we do today. Our planet would be inert, frozen, and dead. Light and heat sustain life. Little wonder we understandably feel safe when there is light. It is reputed that we rose above the animals when we learned how to control fire. It gives us power, and appropriately the symbol for fire is the magical rod by which we direct power and creative energy. Now, exercises in thought like this are not only interesting, but useful as they help us use our imagination. You could contemplate this one idea for a long time, and many fascinating avenues would open up. What triggered this off? The candle, or rather, the symbolism within the flame. A chain of natural thoughts, such as these, can be put together in a symbolic way to make a useful ritual. All you have to do is to remember the key points in the chain. Let us take the previous example and use it ritually. We stand in the darkness with no light. Our thoughts range over the ideas of no life, non-creation, stillness, and inertia. At the right time, we think in a positive way, create, and we light our candle, recognizing that a magical act has been done. We have light and power, just like the sun itself, and we can control and direct it around our encircled cross in whichever pattern we choose. Light has overcome darkness, and creative power is about to be used. A simple act of lighting a candle has been turned into a very effective ritual due to the fact that we have thought about and used symbolism. Now look at the contrast between just lighting a candle and lighting it in a symbolic way. There is a world of difference, and it is just this difference which marks the line between success and complete failure. Any amount of thinking along symbolic lines is bound to improve your rituals. It also gets a reaction from your subconscious mind. You do not have to sweat and strain at this or spend years doing meaningful meditations. Apply moderation to common sense. Work on symbolic contemplation by degrees, with a view to improving matters. A little thought goes a long way in magic. A lot of strained, perfectionist thinking in protracted bursts is not a good idea. Follow the gentle path of gradual attainment. This is yet another reason as to why I asked you to put away all equipment and to set aside all previous ideas at the beginning of this book. Not only do you need to think about whether you need these or not, but you also need to think about these things. Everything that you do, say, or use should have a symbolic content in order to make it useful. Let us now have another look at our basic encircled cross and pentagram ritual and see if we can improve things by building up useful symbolism. Here are some suggestions. First, spend some time each day building up symbolic ideas around the center and cardinal points of the magical circle, along the lines I have already suggested. Keep notes. Put these under separate headings for easy reference. Use your notebook or magical diary. Again, there is no need for copious notes. Simple headings will do as long as these stimulate your memory when you read through them. Use the example of the central candle. You could write it down. Darkness and inertia create power like the sun. Control and direct around the encircled cross using the rod, and so on. Add more as you discover lines of thought. Gradually, these chains of thought can be worked into this and other rituals. It is important to remember that these are your ideas which you are discovering. Do practice this. It does not take up too much time, but it will make a world of difference, as you will see. Bringing these symbolic ideas together into rituals will be discussed later on, when you will learn the art of constructing rites that work because they are yours and are symbolically correct. Having now looked at the central candle, let us move on to more important cardinal points. Starting with the point overhead, this belongs to the All-Father. Now follow through the idea in a symbolic way to see where it leads. Father, All-Father, male potency, descending power, positive and outgoing. Think about a father, a power, beneficent figure pouring out energy from on high. Do this yourself and build up associations. Just as the upper point is positive male, so the lower point is negative female. By negative, I mean receptive. This point belongs to the Earth Mother, or Great Mother, who gives birth to all living things and is responsible for nature itself. She can be found wherever a tree or blade of grass grows. She responds to the cosmic tides, creating color, scent, and beauty. This is Mother Nature herself, and we stand firmly in her domain, supported and sustained. Work these and other ideas into your encircled cross and pentagram ritual. When you see the light inside yourself, imagine the enormous power of cosmic energy pouring out of you unfettered and unrestricted, being given freely and abundantly by the powerful Sky Father. Personalize this by imagining this figure. Try to get the feel of this energy. A little practice will soon show positive results. Do the same with the lower point. Feel the earth responding willingly to every thought and every intention. Try to imagine the Earth Mother giving in a receptive way, just like a real mother would. By personalizing these points, we are establishing more contact than is possible with pure abstractions and related ideas. This is an important part of magical work, which so often goes wrong for the simple reason that students unthinkingly start to believe in the images as though they are real people. This is not so. The art of personifying images is called talismatics, and a talismatic is a symbol. Whereas the encircled cross, pentagram, hexagram, and so on are abstract, a talismatic takes human or humanoid form. Angels, archangels, and even Satan himself are talismatics. They are extremely useful due to the fact that they give personal contact with energies in a more fundamental way. You can talk to a talismanic, and if you practice with these symbols, they will talk back in their own way. After all, it is far easier to talk to a human-like creature than it is to a five-pointed star. Always remember that these are images or representations of specific energies. They are symbols, and in keeping with the idea of symbols, some are truly personal, others are again universal. All-Father and Earth Mother are examples of universal symbols, and like their abstract counterparts, they can be worked with and contain a wealth of knowledge. The mistake is constantly made of accepting that these images are external to ourselves and that they exist as separate entities in their own right. This is nonsense, yet the belief perpetuates together with the all too familiar lack of thinking and the failure to ask why. Because of misdirected belief, contemporary magic suffers from a restricting stranglehold that binds its devotees to the pillars of ignorance. Never credit a talismanic image with the one thing it cannot have, a life of its own. To do this is to follow the path of self-restriction and eventually subservience. I could quote pages of silly statements by supposedly enlightened individuals like, "Nothing is too good for the gods," "Earth spirits, hear my plea," "If thou wouldst grant my wish, O mighty one," and even, "I am unfit to raise my eyes to thee, great Pan." Can you see the tremendous mistake being made? It is called subservience and self-degradation. There is a presumption, and it is a presumption of the worst kind, that the images are greater than the one who imagines them. Attitudes like this are self-defeating. You do not ask of an image, you direct it. It is subservient to you. You are the one with the power. You create. All images are there for one purpose, to aid the creative potential within you. Let me ask you this. Who makes the most serious mistake? The spiritualists with their personal spirit guides, or the adepts who bend their knees before an imaginary entity? Another difficulty with talismanics is that they become too personal, too much like the human beings who invented them, and so they take on human characteristics of the worst kind. Not only do people become subservient, they also believe in retribution and all sorts of spiteful and nasty actions, which become embodied in the now outer control image. As you believe, so you are, on all levels. Belief actuates by degrees. Put enough effort into this sort of thinking, and you are likely to get compatible results. The imagination is a powerful tool, no matter which way you use it. Apply it to unfounded, chaotic concepts like this, and you can hardly be surprised if you suffer accordingly. Perfection is the vital key word in all magical work. Build up a magic circle that is perfect, and everything that is contained within is perfect. Why do people insist on filling it with these despicable monstrosities dredged up from a less than perfect past? The answer is acceptance of previous ideas without applying common sense and wisdom. You are aiming for perfection. Always remember this. Unless the image that you build are perfect and conducive to your ideas or hopes, then either reject them or alter them to suit. Do this with everything, not only images, but with ideas as well. It is valid to practice to use talismanics for reasons previously given. Do think about these images as they are quite useful images like the All-Father and Earth Mother, but in reality, there is only you and energy. That energy is controlled and directed by the imagination by the use of symbols. That energy is controlled and directed through the imagination by the use of symbols. Let us now move on to the 4 cardinal points of east, south, west, and north. At east, we meet the element of air. The more obvious images have already been given in Chapter 5, but we will now take this a little further. The symbol for the element of air is the magical sword. Look at this a little deeper. Just like the central candle, the sword can attack or defend. It has 2 edges and can cut both ways. It represents life and death in some situations, and like Excalibur, it makes kings. You can cut or probe or keep at bay with this weapon. It is a weapon of speed and requires a quick mind. The sword is linked to the mind. It is the symbol of conscious thought. All 4 weapons imply control, and by taking hold of them, you are exercising your right to control. You can do this entirely in your imagination, In fact, this is far more important than actually owning a so-called magical sword. The physical representation is of no value without the inner contact. The inner contact is made by thinking about the sword or any other weapon along symbolic lines. A very good idea is to use substitutes, such as tarot cards. The 4 aces make a very good substitute and are ideal for contemplation. They may be placed on the appropriate quarter using whatever ritual ideas come to mind. The Rider-Waite cards are recommended as the images are clear and concise. From the sword, let us now move to the south and the spear or rod of power. To use the magical spear requires a different approach to using the sword. It is a weapon that gives more control, as it can keep an attacker at an easier, greater distance, especially when thrown with accuracy. The transmuted symbol is the rod or wand of a symbol of authority. All important people carry some sort of rod, from a simple baton to an elaborate mace. The rod implies creative power and the ability to direct this. All creative thinking belongs to the rod and to fire. Moving to the west, we find the magical cup and its earliest symbol, the horn. In reality, the cup is not a weapon at all. The cup contains. The sword and rod are positive and direct. The cup and shield are receptive. Cups can be filled with whatever you wish. Traditionally, swords have to be won in battle. Spears are earned. Shields are made. But the cup is given in love, for it is the symbol of love. Cups are to be found everywhere, especially in nature. A bird's nest receives and contains eggs. A pool contains water, which this symbol represents. The eternal waters of life are contained in the cup, which you drink from whenever you have need. Finally, we move to the north and the magical shield. Your magical shield is defensive as a weapon, but also has other uses. In ancient times, the design on your shield informed everyone of who you really were, a sort of coat and arms, if you like. Designing your own shield is of great value to you. You may have already seen your design during your inner temple journeys. If not, have a blank shield or simply an encircled cross. The ideas will come if you follow the lines of thinking that I am suggesting. Shields represent earth. Earth is the element that you shape to your needs, and it responds. Before building a house, you would need a plan which you would either draw yourself or get someone else to do it for you. You need a plan how to design your shield. A shield represents an idea of an earthly plan of action. You will find shields everywhere. Circuit diagrams, a page of a book, and even a stained glass window are all shields. The shield shows the plan of action, usually in some symbolic form. So an ideal shield should be your own symbolic plan of action or belief pattern. These and other ideas should be thought about regularly, especially at the beginning. The more you do it, the better will be your understanding of magic, and the better the results. You can do this whenever you have a few spare minutes, or you can use the encircled cross and pentagram ritual as a fitting base for contemplation. Open the temple in the usual way, then spend some time thinking about each of the cardinal points before closing down and writing down any useful ideas. Make use of ritual. Not only does it help you to obtain physical results, it also helps you to understand the workings of the cosmic energies. Before leaving the subject of symbols, perhaps I ought to mention the 2 most popular ones, the pentagram and the hexagram. Like the encircled cross, you can work with these symbols and they will reveal much. You can attach ideas to each of the points. The planets fit particularly well to the hexagram. This is why I like using it on the door of the inner temple. These 2 symbols are derived from the encircled cross, and they are best considered as fine-tuning devices. Unless you wish to study symbols and the intricacies of energy patterns as a subject in their own right, they are best left alone. The golden rule of magic is always, do not do or say anything that you do not understand. So often pentagrams are forced into every sort of rite imaginable. Arms are waved in the air, strange sounds are made, and the endless debate about the inverted pentagram goes on and on. The few who really understand this symbol do not waste time and energy on this sort of stupidity. If you ask most people what the symbol means, most of them will not be able to tell you. They have not even thought about it. It is little wonder their rituals are hardly better than amateur theatricals. The more enlightened ones will tell you that it represents perfected man or even spirit ruling matter. Pressed further, they will again flounder. The pentagram, like its mother symbol, the encircled cross, represents whatever you make of it. You can stick a few things onto its points like a decoration on a Christmas tree, permutate these about and call it magic, or you can use it properly. It is a design of energy flow, and like the flat diagram of the encircled cross, which you now know turns into a magical circle, the pentagram has a three-dimensional geometric shape as well. Pentagrams are often used in banishing or in everyday language, chasing away demons and astral entities. As a student of this book, you will by now have understood that these things do not exist, so there is no need to banish anything. Astral terrorists have been around far longer than your pentagram, so your pentagram is going to be laughed at. That is, if you believe in such things. Regrettably, pentagram waivers obviously do. You do not erect your magic circle or pentagrams to protect yourself from astral entities. You do it to form a symbolic pattern of perfection, which you then use to aid creative activity. Much the same way can be said about purifying and consecration. If your temple happens to smell of drains or boiled cabbage, then get out the air freshener or at least open a window. Purifying the place of working implies that there is something nasty hanging about in your temple. A correctly used temple is a place to practice perfection. So how can anything get in there which is not perfect in the first place? To consecrate, dedicate, or bless something is another matter, and these will be discussed later on. In the meantime, forget about banishing and purifying. These things belong to a best-forgotten past. Work only with perfection and correct, well-thought-out symbolism. Working with symbolism. Your practical work for Chapter 6 involves symbolism. In addition to the ideas earlier in this chapter, I would like you to try this simple idea, which will enhance your magical work, help develop your pentagram ritual together with your inner temple, and will give you some practical symbolism to work with. All you will need for this is a bowl, a small bottle, and some water. I did say that you would not have to spend a fortune on equipment. What you're going to do is produce a physical representation of the magical pool, which you will remember is the symbol of your subconscious mind. Now, before you rush out and buy these things, there is something that you should always remember, and this is, it is not the equipment that is magical, no matter what your magical supplier says. It is the way in which you work with this equipment that matters. Again, I will draw your attention to the central candle. Any candle will do, but the more thought out and symbolism that you attach to this candle, the more effective it will become. For instance, you can buy any old candle from a hardware shop, stick it into a makeshift holder, light it on a haphazard matter, and mumble a few words in the hope that it just might attract something interesting from some remote god. Or you can put some thought and effort into this. The difference is quite amazing. Think about your choice of candle, the color, the shape, and the size. Treat it as something special, and treat it with care as you would any valuable item. The more you put in of yourself, the more you get out. Personalize it. Use your imagination and ingenuity. If you have not got a holder, then make one. A saucer will do. Keep this especially for magical work. Paint it gold to represent the sun or any color scheme which you think fits. If you are really artistic, you can work in a border of the 4 elemental colors of yellow, red, blue, and green. A plain block of wood can be just as easily adapted. Any effort, no matter how slight, performed with dedication is bound to repay you many times over. Just do your best. It does not matter what the textbook or anyone else thinks. If you try, if you do your best, that is good enough. Extend this idea all through your magical work. Personalize everything and make it truly magical. Returning now to your magical pool, first get a hold of a reasonably sized bowl, big enough for a pint or so of water. It can be glass, metal, or even plastic. Search around. Make it a quest. Try to find one that feels and looks right. By doing this, you will be personalizing this item, and you will be making it different from any ordinary bowl. Carry this a little further by decorating it in some way. You can paint or spray the outside in gold or white, as these are both central colors. Silver also looks good. This is only a suggestion. You must decide after careful thinking along the lines suggested. It is your bowl, your symbol of your own pool. Take your time. If you wish to change it later, you can. So there's no need for total perfection at this stage. All magical equipment tends to be altered as time goes on. It is all part of the natural process of learning, so do not worry about making mistakes at this stage. This bowl is, of course, the symbol of the central pool. Ideally, it ought to be placed at the center of the temple with the central light above it. However, if this is not practical, then use whatever space you have in the best way you can. As long as you understand that this is the symbol of the pool and treat it accordingly, you will have no problems. Now we have our symbolic pool. What are we going to fill it with? Water. Magical water. Again, the following ideas are only a suggestion. You may elaborate or alter these to suit, but the basic idea is quite valid. If possible, obtain the water from some special place like a holy well or natural spring. Rainwater is also a good idea, or water from a stream. If you really cannot manage this, then tap water is the obvious choice, but try. Make this another quest. Have a small bottle handy to collect and keep the water in. Again, personalize this. Look around for a bottle that is pleasing in shape and color. Having obtained this and filled it with water, now we need to make this water special by charging it with energy. In this way, your bottle of water will really be special and magical. The process is quite easy. However, a little practice beforehand will help you to achieve your objective. Use the pentagram ritual to open. Have the same music ready for looking into the pool that you would use for the inner temple exercise. Have your bottle of water ready on the altar or some other convenient place. When the temple is open, the candles lit, and if you like, incense burning, then say an invocation. An example is given. You may use it or think up your own words. Invocation. From my silent central power come together in this hour, inner strength and outer thought, a universe conceived from naught. Air and fire, water, earth, bring this power into birth. Father high and mother deep, fulfill the promise you must keep. Into water, from the west, flowing freely, all that is blessed. Inner pool, part of me, my ultimate reality. I call upon your gentle might through the medium of light. Water, water, be thrice blessed, filled with power, never rest. Until my work is plain to see, and all I am is truly me. Closing down. My work is done. May the energies contained in this water continue to work on all levels of life according to my true will and desires. As power came forth from space, from peace, so shall peace remain while the energies within flow freely into mundane existence. Note: the above should be said in a slow and deliberate manner. The words need not be spoken out loud. It is the thinking which matters. Try to get the feel of the words and use your imagination. When ready, relax in your imagination. See the bottle glowing with shining white light. Again, do not worry if this is working or why this may or may not work. Just allow this to happen. Relax and be confident. Pretend. Make believe. It will work, and the more you let go and allow this to happen, the better will be the end result. At the end, stand up and declare that the magical work is complete and successful. Again, you may use the words from the invocation if you so desire. Now close the temple and put the bottle away in a safe place for later use. The next stage of the operation is quite simple. Before any ritual, fill your bowl with ordinary water and add a few drops from your bottle of magical water. You may, if you like, turn this into a little ritual in itself. I will leave you to decide if you wish to do this and how to do it. At the end of the rite, you may dispose of the water in your magical bowl or keep it in a safe place. If you have a permanent temple, you could keep this in the center. From time to time, you'll need to change this, as magical water can become a little stale. When you do, dispose of it. Do not just pour it down the sink or slosh it unceremoniously down the toilet. You have put a lot of thought and effort into this water. It contains part of you. So give it back to nature and the elements. Pour it onto the earth or into a stream or pool. Again, a little thought goes a long way. Now we have a physical representation of the inner source of power, so let us start to make use of this. From now on, you do not just use your imagination, you also actually see a symbolic pool in your own temple, no matter how humble this may be. Now you can combine imaginative inner working with outer physical action. Here are some useful suggestions. We all have problems, doubts, worries, and in reality, we do not want these. Solve the problems by magical means. Magical power can do or solve anything, and each one of you has this power. Never forget this. Use your power. Do not put up with unsatisfactory conditions. Problems are there as a challenge, almost as if life is saying to you, now look at this. Is this really what you want? Very often the solution to each problem is contained in the problem itself. Rather than struggle on or accept these impositions, use your abilities. To try is to step out onto the path of success. Muddles and so on can be solved and quite easily by using these techniques. Before you start the ritual, do all your thinking and planning first. Spend some time being positive, telling yourself that you're going to succeed. You do not have to concern yourself with how, when, or why. Simply allow your inner power to sort the whole thing out in its own way. Trust it. Remember, you have nothing to lose by trying. You have everything to lose by not trying. Use the pentagram ritual and inner temple. Have some music ready for use with the pool. Place your fingertips in the water and imagine that the pool is washing those problems away. Let go and allow these ideas to flow freely. Sit down and play the music while seeing this happen in your imagination. If you have nervous problems, take some of the water and spread it gently on your forehead. If it is some other affliction, then bathe the affected part, never forgetting the inner work. Use your imagination to see a golden light shining over the afflicted part. A little ingenuity will suggest all sorts of ideas, simple ideas which you can use. Let these ideas develop, no matter how simple and childlike they may appear to be. It is this childlike simplicity that gets results during rituals. Think before you start. During the ritual, enact, pretend, and make believe. This is potent magical fact. Suppose you're having money problems, and these days, who does not? Do not fret and worry about this or try to solve it by conscious effort. Use magic. During the ritual, take all your paper money into your temple, dip your fingers into the pool of water, and one by one, touch each bill, leaving a small amount of water on each one. Use your imagination to see lots of money falling like snow all around you. To brighten up your home and create a more healthy atmosphere, why not charge up the pool with energy during a ritual, then go outside and use some to water the plants. Leave small amounts in each room so that it can evaporate and fill the air. Use the elements. They do not just exist in a temple or in your mind, they exist everywhere, and they are only too willing to assist those who choose to help themselves. Put some in your bath water, then have a good soak while thinking positively of all the things you wish to have. If you manage to get uncontaminated natural water, drink it and absorb the energy that it contains. The magical waters of Britain have cured more ailments and helped more people to solve their problems than anyone will ever be able to count. You are now dealing with magical water. The more you work on or with it, the better the results. Do not throw away the chance to do something that is natural, symbolically correct, and magical. You will, I promise, be surprised and well rewarded for your efforts. Chapter 7. Constructing Rituals. In this chapter, we look at ritual and its various forms, and you will be shown how to construct rituals for any given purpose. Now, exactly what is a ritual and what does it do? The purpose of any ritual is to help concentrate the mind on the matter at hand. Without some form of ritual, magic is virtually impossible. You have already performed a simple ritual, the opening and closing ritual of the pentagram, and we have elaborated this into the form you have at present. Although I gave you the ritual, you have personalized it by your own thought and action. The inner temple which you have built up is yours, not mine, and this is very important. When dealing with the rituals of others, unless you can personalize them, they are of no value other than from a general interest point of view. Ritual is the very art of magic, and any way that you can improve this is bound to be beneficial. By all means, look at the rituals of others and try to see how they constructed them and why they did and said certain things in a certain order. Do not imitate these and expect results, however. It is the inner thinking that matters. In other words, the work done in the imagination. This can never be written down, so even if you perform someone else's ritual exactly as written, you will be unable to personalize it in the same way. Each one of us is different. No two people will say the same word in exactly the same way with the same feeling, or react to a color or scent in identical fashion. A scent may trigger similar ideas in one person as in another, but their reactions will be different due to their own associations. Do two people who read the same book get exactly the same emotional or mental uplift? The answer is, of course, no. So it is with ritual. Any meaningful ritual must be a personal expression of an idea according to personal desires. Given a simple ritual, we will all perform it differently. Remember, you can look at the rituals of others to see how they think. You can even go through the motions and you may learn more, but do not waste time trying to make these work. Far better that you create your own, no matter how simple these may seem by comparison. At least they will be yours. The ability to construct rituals for any purpose is a must for all serious students. For those who wish to study the techniques a little deeper, I can strongly recommend Magical Ritual Methods and Inner Traditions of Magic by W.G. Gray as being excellent guides to this fascinating subject. Excellent examples of rituals are also given in Seasonal Occult Rituals and by Standing Stone and Elder Tree, formerly the Roll Right Ritual by the same author. These are very good examples of group workings concerning the 4 seasons and natural energies as expressed through the encircled cross pentagram ritual. Kabbalistic rituals are given in the Office of the Holy Tree of Life by W.G. Gray, and a deeper study is contained in The Golden Dawn by Francis Rigardi. Now let us look at the way to construct rituals for all sorts of purposes. You will no doubt remember that your subconscious mind responds to symbols and symbolic ideas. A ritual is a combination of these principles working within the framework of universal symbol. We utilize all available resources that fit into the symbolic pattern, in addition to others that help us focus on the intention and the energy that we are using. In other words, we work in our inner temple, or master symbol, organizing to suit the purpose of the rite. This is done both inwardly and outwardly, as you will see. The first plan of action is to have one main ritual which you alter to suit your needs, rather than having dozens of different ones. The latter course of action only results in confusion and makes concentration difficult due to the fact that there is no common plan. So far, you have been given the basic framework in the opening and closing of the pentagram and the inner temple ritual. This can be developed and adapted for any purpose without the need for lots of equipment or reams of notes. The only time you need different rituals is when you are working with other people. The same principles apply to group workings as they do to our own endeavors. You will have to discuss the framework, the wording, the movements, the ritual attire, and a whole host of related facts. Putting together a group, a lodge, is not an easy task, especially if the workings of that group are to be effective. So often, would-be covens and lodges make the same mistake of reading from the book or throwing together a few chants, songs, or spells taken from all over the place, often without thinking why or what they are doing. People love to band together to form groups, usually due to the fact that there is comfort in numbers. So often the basis of these groups is shaky, to say the least, and can only be classed as social get-togethers under the banner of magic. Before you decide to join a magical group, make sure you scrutinize the group carefully and apply the ideas given in this book. Group workings can be extremely useful, and you can all learn from each other if, as I've said, the basis is sound. In the final analysis, however, it is far better if you work alone. Apart from group rites, there are many others that you will come across, and we will look at these now. First, we have practical rituals. These, as the name implies, are used to get results, and they usually form the majority of rituals. The techniques used have already been described earlier. Practical rituals are concerned with issues like money, health, success, and so on. These are usually personal. That is, you do them for yourself, although you may at times perform them in order to help others. Next, we come to informative rites. In this case, the ritual is used as a basis for meditation or contemplation on an important subject. If there is something that you wish to know, use a ritual. You will get far better results than trying to solve the problem in the normal way. Under this heading, you can also put divination. There is a great deal of difference between divination and fortune-telling. It is a science, and as such, it is best performed under ritual conditions. We now move to dedication rites. These special rites are used to consecrate, charge, or bless ritual items. There is a lot to be said for this idea. The dedication of a ritual object is a declaration that it is special or magical. Remember, of course, that the magic is in you and not the object. What you're actually doing is attaching special importance to the object, which sets it aside from mundanity. In a way, you have already done this with your bottle of water and the bowl. In reality, these are just plain, ordinary articles. Working with them as suggested has made them special. They are reserved for magical use, and your mind is attuned to this fact. Think about the difference between this and just leaving them lying around. You know we are going to keep magical equipment away from everyday life and treat it as special, even if you do not perform a ritual to enhance it. Now, initiatory rites. So much has been said and written about initiations. Today's lodges and covens have a fetish for this. According to them, if you are not initiated, then you do not belong. To initiate means to start. Where would you like to start? Your answer is probably on the path to personal success and realization of your true potential as an individual. The true path is one of self-initiation. Now let us move to the actual components of a ritual. Every ritual must have a symbolic basis. You already have this in the form of the pentagram ritual together with your own inner temple. We have developed this pattern through ritual and symbolic linking into a perfect base for further development. Let us now develop it further. Always bear in mind that any outer action, such as words and movement, must be backed up by symbolism and inner thinking whenever possible. Before you include anything in your rites, think about it first, and whenever possible, use your imagination to aid contact with your subconscious mind. This, after all, is the sole purpose of the exercise, to get subconscious response. In the construction of a rite, you may use whatever comes to mind as long as it is thought out. Rites can be as simple or as elaborate, as long or as short as you like. It is entirely up to you. There are many possibilities that you can utilize, and here are some of them. From a psychological point of view, we have two important modes of expression and contact with life. These are mental and emotional. In magical terms, these are known as hermetic and orphic. The hermetic way, named after the Greek god Hermes, is to use the mind and logic. The orphic way, named after the Thracian poet Orpheus, uses the emotions. A good ritual contains a balance of the two. A purely hermetic rite, with its complex and clever ideas and symbolic overtones, is, putting it plainly, quite boring. The totally orphic rite is likely to descend into emotional indulgence. In any case, not many people can work wholly hermetically or orphically with success. Balance is the thing. Plan your rites, think about them, and then during the rite, let the emotions come to play. Trying to describe the emotional content of the rite is like trying to describe the color red to a blind man. It will suffice to say that you should try to feel the words and actions that you make. Magic without feeling is not good. The emotional content can usually be brought in by using verse and, of course, music. Words are a useful source of ritual material, providing that they have been thought about. The words should be tailored to suit the intention and should express the intention as clearly as possible. Not only will they serve as a reminder of what you are doing, but also you can put feeling into them, and you can apply imaginative thinking while you are using them. This inevitably brings us to words of power. The mistaken belief is that if you utter these words, for example, God names, then miracles will happen, or some archangel or lesser spirit will rush to your aid. This is nonsense. Yet, strangely enough, the belief persists due to lack of thinking. It is not what is said, but the way that you say it. Here's an example from 2 points of view. Taking the archangel of fire from Kabbalistic lore, we could face south and say, as many do, "O great archangel Michael, Lord of fire, shine thy light upon my true purpose," and so on. This would have about as much effect as saying abracadabra. Why? Because the inner working is missing, and, besides, you could do much better with the wording. If you're going to deal with the archangel of fire, then treat it as such. Remember that this is a talismanic. an image that you are going to use as a focus. It does not exist in its own right, and it certainly cannot control you. Bearing this in mind, you now have a useful point of contact with the element of fire. This time, face the south and say something like, Archangel Michael, thy champion of right and reason, directing fire according to my creative needs, illuminate the pathway of soul with fire, according to natural laws. Be thy light and warmth, my steady companion throughout this ritual. While saying this, feel the power and heat of the enormous reserves of elemental fire and, more importantly, use your imagination. See the archangel towering high in the sky, dressed in red and gold, bearing a spear with a brilliant shining tip. He smiles warmly and willingly controls his natural element on your behalf. Feel the presence and know that nothing harmful can ever get past him. He controls and you direct. Now, can you see the difference? A talismanic has been used to good effect, and not only have you used words, you have backed these up with feeling and imagination. With little practice, you can soon learn this technique, and it will make a world of difference to your rituals. Michael has now become a word of power. With practice, the uttering of this name will bring the image and the feeling to life. It is far better to use words sparingly, which have been thought about, than to have pages of script. Words are only as powerful as you make them. When constructing a ritual, make use of anything and everything which is relevant to the purpose of the ritual. Exactly what you use is a matter of choice, but here are some further suggestions which you can think about. A ritual is used to focus the mind, so anything which helps concentration is valuable. You have 5 senses, and each one reacts to stimuli and can therefore be worked with. For example, the sense of sight. The use of color is strongly recommended in all ritual work. Certain colors have special meanings attached to them, and without going into complexities, here are the main ideas. The traditional colors allotted to the elements are yellow for air, red for fire, blue for water, and green for earth. The center is gold or white. Try to work these colors into the temple by perhaps using colored candles or paraffin oil lamps. Small altar cloths, pennants, or banners could also be used on the quarters. Not only does this look good, but it also helps to create a different, more organized effect. And of course, you can see exactly which quarter you are facing at any time. The planets, which will be discussed later, are very important. The traditional colors are as follows. The sun is gold or yellow, the moon is silver or violet, Mercury is orange, Venus is green, Mars is red, Jupiter is blue, Saturn is black, Neptune could be gray, Uranus white, and Pluto ultraviolet. An inexpensive way of incorporating these colors into your temple is by using a set of colored candles. The appropriate candle can be placed on the central altar when needed. You could also vary the color of the altar cloths, or for sake of economy, have one main altar cloth of whatever color you like, which you vary by using a narrow strip of colored cloth. This could be laid across the altar. Again, you could vary the color to suit the planetary energy being used. The sense of touch is brought into play by the feel of the equipment and the robes. To an experienced ritualist, touch and feel are important points of contact and are used to maximum effect. At the beginning, it is not easy to describe this, but nevertheless, it is an avenue well worth exploring. The sense of hearing is easily stimulated by sound effects, music, and the sound of your own voice. This is one reason why every temple ought to have facilities for sound reproduction. You do not need an elaborate stereo system. Anything reasonable will do. Rituals without music are very dull affairs, so every attempt to find suitable music should be made. A collection of suitable pieces ought to be kept especially for magical work. The choice is entirely yours. Classical and early English music works quite well. Some of you may prefer the sound of the church organ. Smell is easily catered to. Joss sticks or incense cones should be used liberally in a permanent temple to help produce an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. The use of incense is very important in all rituals. I have already described the association that correct scent can bring to mind. You can either use 1 or 2 favorite incense of a general nature for all your rites, or if you feel like branching out, the purchase of incenses that are specifically made for your rituals are to be recommended. Let me assure you that it is well worth the expense. There is a whole world of magic in scent. Taste, which is related to smell, can of course be catered to by drinking and eating. All seasonal and naturalistic rituals use some sort of food or drink, and this is an excellent use of the sense of taste. However, there are other ways of doing this, and a little ingenuity will suggest these to you. As you can see now, putting together a ritual is quite a complex affair. There are many avenues of thought and many possibilities. Just as no two people think the same way, no two magicians will produce the same ritual for a given purpose. A meaningful ritual is a personal expression of intention. Now you can see why the rituals of others are of little value. Some are quite useless as they have no symbolic basis. It is you who must build up your pentagram ritual and inner temple in your own way, using them as a basis for development. It is you who must construct rites to suit your own purposes. The individual approach may seem difficult at first, and you may have to spend time thinking and planning. You are bound to make mistakes, but equally, you are bound to learn if you make the effort. Not everyone becomes an expert ritualist in a few weeks. Your rituals do not have to be wondrous works of wisdom. Do not measure your rites by the standards of others unless you are doing this with a view to improving your own work. Imitation will get you nowhere. It is your ritual, your ideas, and your reactions that will get results. The guidelines for constructing rituals are quite simple. 1. Have a symbolic base from which to work. You already have this in the opening and closing ritual of the pentagram, encircled cross, with its inner temple. The more you work with this pattern, the more you develop your inner temple and magic circle. With regular use and meditation, the better will be all subsequent rituals. 2. The purpose of a ritual dictates how you perform the ritual. Before you start any rite, plan it out, working in as many symbolic ideas and physical representations as you think necessary. There is no need for lots of equipment. Only include that which is really necessary and that which you have thought about. 3. Always remember the inner work in the imagination. Use this as much as possible. 4. Rituals must have 3 stages: opening, the actual work, and closing. Rituals without these 3 stages are not only troublesome, they are generally unworkable. 5. Unless you are used to the format, rehearse it. This will help you to spot any problems before they occur, leaving you free to concentrate fully on the purpose of the ritual. Practice makes perfect. 6. Design the ritual to fit the purpose and the circumstances. For instance, there is not much point in constructing a 2-hour ritual just for the sake of crystal scrying. By the same token, do not rush through a 10-minute ritual to cure some illness. Here are 2 examples to show you the sort of thinking that should go into a ritual. Let us say that you are going through a period of rushing around. There does not seem to be enough hours in the day. The phone keeps ringing, and there are bills overdue. In short, life is a shambles. You are learning about practical magic, so stop and use your abilities to put things right. Obviously, what is needed is some peace and quiet and the establishment and restoration of harmony. Instead of bothering about what is going wrong, attack the cause generally. Later on, by using the planets, you can be much more specific, but for now, generalize. In fact, if in doubt, slow things down by using rituals of a general nature. This will give you time to find out where the real problems lie. A ritual to promote harmony is required. Use the opening and closing ritual of the encircled cross, pentagram rite, as the basis and alter this to suit the idea of harmony. For a start, use low lights, sweet-smelling incense, and quiet music. In fact, anything that conforms to the idea of harmony. By thinking about this while planning out your ritual, you are already beginning to change things by altering your thinking. Your subconscious mind is already responding in hidden ways. A good plan of action would be as follows. Having laid out the temple, spend some time relaxing, then open the temple in the normal way. The next thing to do is to open the 4 quarters, so that power can leave your magic circle and inner temple to go out into the world and do what you require of it. Using suitable words and gestures, see in your imagination a doorway in the east. Visualize the magical sword and direct the doorway to open. Do the same with the other quarters, using the appropriate weapons. Move to the center and use the bowl. Again, with words and gestures, see the problem being washed away. Dip your fingers into the bowl if you like. The next step is to direct the waters to bring harmony into your life. Again, use words, gestures, and in your imagination, see the water filled with power and feel the energy going out through the doorways. Use your pool music to help with this. At the end of this, reverse the procedure by calming the water and closing the doorways. Finally, close down the temple in the customary fashion and make any notes. For something less important, use a smaller ritual. For instance, let us suppose you like to read tarot cards. Before starting, relax, then perform the opening ritual of the pentagram in your mind. Then use the cards. Afterward, perform the closing ritual. With a little practice, you will find that this has a very beneficial effect on your readings. Remember how everything inside the magic circle is perfect. You are controlling your environment and opening your intuitive channels inside the magic circle, so the results are bound to be better. Read this over and over again, and use these principles to improve the rituals that you already have. Think about them and personalize them. Alter them to suit you. You will find in the practical work of this chapter a useful extension of the master ritual. It involves the systematic use of the 4 elements. All that you have to do is open your temple in the normal manner. Include the bowl if you wish. You can sit down and do this as a seated meditation, or you can move to each quarter in turn, finally finishing in the center. When ready, switch on your music, if you have decided to use this. The exercise is another magical journey, this time through the 4 elements, concluding at the center. However, unlike the previous journey, which was, if you like, geographical, this is symbolic and concerns the opening of the 4 elemental doorways by means of words and music. No images are given. You are left to do as you please. See Figure 5. The main use of this exercise is to help you to attune to the elements, as this is a vital step before we move on to the planets. You cannot know the planets until you know the elements, because the planets are ready-made combinations of the elements. You will find many uses for this exercise. As a means of relaxing and experiencing the 4 elements, it is excellent. Just relax and see what impressions come to mind. Try to feel the elements as they are invoked. It can also be used to get answers to questions, whether these be everyday problems or magical ones. Formulate your question and keep this in mind throughout the rite. Answers will come often in natural ways at some later time. It does not always follow that answers will occur during a rite, so do not be disappointed. Trust your inner power. It will never let you down. Alternatively, this exercise can be used to back up your previous work in getting physical results. Use the rituals given. Try to feel the elements responding to your desire. When you get to the pool, which is part of the exercise, use the bowl. At the end, close down in the customary fashion and switch off your music. The magic of the 4 elements. Here are some of the ritual uses for the 4 elements. 1. The element of air governs dawn, springtime, and intelligence, and is used in all rituals symbolizing new beginnings, healing, travel, learning, writing, recording, communications, illusions, and most magical operations aimed at persuasion. 2. The element of fire governs noon, summertime, and idealism, victory in just conflicts, entertainments and enjoyment, love, gold, riches, and all kinds of luxuries and symbols of power and status. 3. The element of water governs dusk, autumn, and the emotions, especially concerned with cleansing and both invoking and banishing, childbirth, shipping, the health of women, discouraging unwelcome guests, growing and harvesting crops, and all forms of moon magic. 4. The element of earth governs night, winter, and all the practical material aspects of life, the home, mining, and minerals, and also the discovery of hidden treasures and all kinds of monetary gain. These lists of elemental uses are not complete by any means, and you should endeavor to formulate your own list of meanings for the elements. Elemental Ritual. Light central candle. Opening formula, encircled cross, pentagram ritual. Erect the magic circle and pentagrams. Enter the inner temple, and then standing before your altar facing east, say, I am that I am. I am that which I will to be. As I think, so I am, and through thought shall I be that which I wish to be. Thought is creative, and thinking produces things. So now, I think into existence that which I desire shall be. Power is abundant, there are no limits. Power is given freely, there is no lack. By birthright do I claim this power. I can be, do, or have anything which I desire. And so with abundant energy and creative thoughts do I now bring into being that which I truly desire. Be it known that my desire is state intention. Power is born out of eternity and conforms to the fourfold pattern of the elements. Let the elemental doorways be opened. Move to the east. See door. Before me stands the portal of east, bearing the symbol of the sword. I now declare this doorway open, so that my energies of air may flow freely according to my intentions and directions. See the door opening to reveal the element of air, yellow energy pouring through the door, or go through the door. Spend some time experiencing and attuning to the element. Let this happen as your music is playing. Do this with all the other elemental doorways also. Move to the south. See the door. Before me stands the portal of south, bearing the symbol of the wand, rod, or spear. I now declare this doorway open, so that my energies of fire may flow freely, according to my intentions and directions. See the red energy of fire pouring in through the door. Move to the west. See the door. Before me stands the portal of west, bearing the symbol of the cup. I now declare this doorway open, so that my energies of water may flow freely according to my intentions and directions. See the blue energy of water pouring in through the door. Move to the north. See the door. Before me stands the portal of north, bearing the symbol of the shield. I now declare this doorway open, so that my energies of earth may flow freely according to my intentions and directions. See the energy of the earth pouring in through the door. Move back to the center facing east. Power comes from within my silent center, emerging as the waters of life and the fountain of eternal sustenance. Now do I freely give all that is no longer of value. Be it declared that all doubts, fears, and unwanted thoughts be consigned to the gentle waters, leaving me free to foresee my rightful call. Eternal waters of life, as I declare my desire, may great energies which are needed to accomplish my goal flow freely into physical existence. To this, my earthly symbol of the pool, may energies pour forth through the elemental doors, touching all that must respond. Waters flow, power grows, born of light, eternal right, through my symbol of this bowl responding freely to my goal. From the center through each door of elemental power turning to reality that which shall surely be. Be it declared that my desire is state intention. Direct your attention towards the central pool. The main body of work is now carried out using the pool. This is also a good time to burn incense. At conclusion, closing formula. My work is done, and now with complete trust in my inner power do I return to normal life, with the knowledge that all will be as I desire. Let the waters be still and calm, and let there be peace. Be the elemental doors now closed and secured. Extinguish the eastern candle. See the door close. Let there be peace to the east and the element of air. See the sword disappear. Extinguish the southern candle. See the door close. Let there be peace to the south and the element of fire. See the wand disappear. Extinguish the western candle. See the door close. Let there be peace to the west and the element of water. See the cup disappear. Extinguish the northern candle. See the door close. Let there be peace to the north and the element of earth. See the shield disappear. Let there be peace all around and within. Leave the inner temple by the door. Close down magic circle and pentagrams in the customary fashion and extinguish the central candle. Chapter 8. Astrology and Magic. Astrology has been described as the science of the stars by some, and as superstitious bunkum by others. What is the truth about astrology? Does it really work? Do the planets really rule our lives, or is it, as the critics imply, simply superstition? Those who oppose astrology do so out of fear or ignorance. They refuse to look intelligently. They quote many instances of how astrology has failed, or they give evidence of supposed scientific fact that conclusively proves that astrology really does not work. My answer to the critics is simply this. When you have studied the subject with an open mind, then and only then are you in a position to criticize. Those who believe avidly, I would also say, question those beliefs before you accept them as facts. Then and only then will you also know the truth of the matter. Astrology does work because it is a science, but like any science, it must be approached and used in the light of reason and common sense. Let us look now at astrology and how it works, why it works, and what it can do in today's world of magic. Astrology uses a combination of symbology and mathematics. Often these are confused, or one is given precedence over the other. The sum total of this is embodied in the birth chart, which is a symbolic map of the heavens at a given point in time. So what use could this possibly be? Well, given that at any point in time there will exist a unique pattern of energies, and because the influence of these energies will have an overall consciousness attached to them, then every point in time means something. As the Chinese say, all is change. So it is. Nothing stays the same from one second to the next. There is constant fluctuation and consequent reaction to this. At every point in time, no matter where this may be, something begins to exist and continues thereafter to have an effect in this world. Perhaps this is best illustrated by a simple example. If I had lived on this planet during Roman times, everything that I did then would have some effect on the present. This may sound silly, but had I disturbed a grain of sand in a different way on some far distant shore, this would have changed the course of history. Perhaps not significantly, but nevertheless the future would have been altered. On a larger scale, if I had spared the life of an adversary instead of killing him or her, things might have been completely different. This is hypothetical, but it does illustrate that any point in time is significant, because our actions shape the future. The cycle of events must then proceed from any point in time. In our lives, we look at the obvious point of importance, the time of birth. First, we must establish this accurately because, as stated, nothing stays the same for even a second. This is one reason why astrology can so easily be wrong, not because of the astrologer, but because the birth times are simply guessed or estimated. Accuracy is essential. I should mention that there are techniques that allow for unknown and approximate birth times to be rectified, and providing the astrologer knows that the time is approximate, these techniques can be used. The birth chart, therefore, becomes a symbolic representation of an important point in time that is directly related to a human being. It embodies the types of cosmic energies flowing at that time and gives indications of the consciousness that exists within these tides, a consciousness that will play an important part in the life of the person born at this moment. Here we are dealing with the beginning of a creative cycle embodied in the life of a human being. What began at this point in time will now have an effect on the future. Let us now look at the composition of a birth chart. By calculation, we arrive at the positions of the planets at a given time. In addition, allowances are made for location, alteration to clock time, curvature of the earth, and so on, until we have a symbolic picture of the heavens and how they relate to a place on earth at a point in time. The birth chart is divided into three main areas: the zodiac, the planets, and the houses. First, the zodiac. Do remember that this has nothing whatsoever to do with the constellations. The constellations are names given to groups of stars, whereas the zodiac is purely symbolic. The constellations are of unequal length, and while they may be important in astronomy, they are of no use to astrologers. The zodiac is a symbolic division of the heavens into 12 equal parts, or signs as they are known. Each is given a name, such as Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and so on. These become modes of action through which the planets act. For instance, the Arian mode would be one of assertiveness, directness, enterprise, while the Libran mode would equate to harmony, justice, and balance. It is interesting to note how the zodiac is divided into groups of 3 and 4. The threefold division brings together signs belonging to the same element. For instance, there are 3 air signs, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Likewise, the other 3 elements of fire, water, and earth are similarly represented. There is also the grouping together of signs under the fourfold division known as quadruplicities. These are cardinal, fixed, and mutable. Any one sign will belong to an element and a quadruplicity. For instance, Cancer belongs to water and is cardinal, while Virgo belongs to earth and is mutable. These additional groupings help with interpretation and in the understanding of the nature of the sign. See Table 1 for the division of the signs into their triplicity and quadruplicity groups. A sign by itself has no power. This properly belongs to the planets. The signs are modes of action, ways in which power is channeled. Perhaps the best way to look at this is to regard each sign as a symbolic window through which light may pass. The sign is the window, the planet is the light. Obviously, any one planet will have a different effect in each sign. Mars, the planet of energy and drive, will express itself assertively and strongly in a fire sign, such as Aries, but will have a more emotional overtones in a water sign, such as Cancer. The sign, therefore, modifies the energy of the planet and gives it a particular direction or channel along which to flow. The planets are symbolic indicators of power. They do not, in themselves, have the slightest effect on human life, regardless of whatever less informed people care to say. While it is necessary to calculate the exact position of the planets in the heavens in order to discover how energy is flowing, it is important not to take this too literally. A planet may well be found in, say, the sign of Capricorn, but it is not the planet that causes power to flow. It simply indicates how the energy is flowing by its position and type. In order to understand the whole, we often have to break it down into manageable units. So it is with cosmic energy. We divide this into specific categories under the headings of planets. Therefore, that particular power which is responsible for expansion, luck, opportunity, and wealth is symbolized by the planet Jupiter. Jupiter itself does not cause luck, but its position in the chart gives positive indications as to a person's wealth potential. Anyone with an open mind can prove this. For the position of Jupiter in your own birth chart, as this planet is the symbolic indicator of wealth, by studying the sign in which it lies, you will be able to see how wealth is or is not to manifest in your life. As an example, Jupiter in the earthly and possessive sign of Taurus will bring in wealth through practical and cautious ways of gradual acquisition. Jupiter in Sagittarius tends to bring in wealth through travel and higher education. Of course, there are other considerations, but nevertheless, this will be true in a general sense. The relationship between planet and sign is important, for one modifies the other. The relative positions of the planets to each other is also measured and considered. The angles between planets are known as aspects. Not all angles are important, and in astrology these are narrowed to a relative few. Each angle carries with it an interpretation, which has a direct bearing on the total effect of the planets. Briefly, there are 2 kinds of aspects usually known as good and bad. I think that this terminology is not particularly accurate because it implies fate and tends to give the wrong impression, so I shall use the word difficult. A difficult aspect will, due to a variety of factors, incline an individual toward the wrong use of energy. A good aspect will tend to do the reverse. While this inclination cannot be denied, it must always be remembered that there is no compulsion in cosmic law. We always have free choice. If a planet has one or more difficult aspects, the likelihood of problems is high, but this can always be reversed by intelligent self-searching, by shedding of bad habits, and by the use of creative and positive thinking. The stars never compel, they merely incline. Going back to our example of Jupiter and wealth once more, the aspects to this planet will also indicate how wealth potential is likely to be affected and incidentally tell us how we may make better use of our potential, or rid ourselves of problems in this area. Suppose that Jupiter had a difficult aspect to Venus. Venus is in one respect the planet of money. Putting together the wealth potential of Jupiter with the ability to attract money is indicated by Venus. We could say that the individual with this aspect would be blessed with abundance. What the difficult aspect will bring in is some of the more negative possibilities, one of these being that of wastefulness or allowing money-making opportunities to slip through the person's fingers. The potential is there, but due to aspectation, this may well not be fully realized. The beautiful thing about the cosmos is that once the problem is realized, then the so-called difficult aspect begins to work beneficially. Difficult aspects simply mean that there is something to be learned. The final area of the birth chart is the all-important houses. Again, these are a symbolic division of life into 12 distinct areas. The houses equate to the direct effects on life. As an example, the first house rules or governs our personal expression and the way in which we project ourselves. I should add that so strong is the influence of the first house, it often takes precedence over a person's sun sign. The latter governs our inner drives, while the first house governs more outward expression. Likewise, the second house rules earnings and possessions, the third house our ability to think and communicate, and so on. Covering every aspect of life, the overall result is that we have a chart calculated around a fixed point in time, which is unique to an individual. It contains a message of potential, and the planets symbolize the energies we will use. The signs symbolize how we will use them, and the houses indicate how they impact into everyday life. Add this to the aspects between planets, and we have a mass of useful information, providing that it is interpreted the right way. Modern technology does have its place in astrology. Calculators and computers save endless hours of tedious calculation and remove the possibility of human error. What the computer cannot do is interpret the chart fully. Granted, there are some very clever programs that provide lots of stylized information. However, there is no substitute for understanding and intuition. Computers are not aware, nor do they have a sixth sense. They are machines. I am not saying that every astrologer should be a clairvoyant. Far from it. What I am saying is that the human mind can often make deductions that are not based on pure logic. The reason for this is that since a birth chart is symbolic, it is likely to act as any symbol will, bringing facts out of a person's subconscious mind which are likely to remain unnoticed otherwise. Symbolism is a powerful tool, and it is perfectly embodied in a correctly drawn birth chart. Looking at some of the less obvious uses of astrology, with particular reference to magical work, we see that the birth chart is the starting point for many important discoveries. The first step in producing an accurate chart is that of calculation. Here we may run into a problem. Have we got accurate birth data? In other words, date, place, and time, or not? In order to calculate an accurate chart, an astrologer must know that the birth data is correct, especially the time of birth. This is where most mistakes are made. So often the astrologer is presented with times of birth that are, to say the least, suspect. Far better to give the astrologer the facts. If you are absolutely certain of your time and birth, then say so. It is not sufficient to presume a time of birth. It has to be known exactly if you want accurate information. It is better not to give an exact time of birth if you're not certain. Say instead, I was led to believe that I was born between, say, 9 and 10 a.m. in the morning, or even late in the afternoon. This way, the astrologer will not make the mistake of presuming that the birth time is, in fact, true and accurate. Astrology is a science, and as such, it uses scientific methods. Chart calculation relies on mathematics, which take into account the movement of the planets, the rotation of the Earth, and how these relate to the place of birth. In short, the birth chart is a map of the heavens as viewed from the place of birth at the time of birth. If the time is wrong, then the map or view of the heavens is also wrong. Often, a few minutes can make a profound difference to the chart. Having established the accuracy of birth data, we now have to calculate the chart. The procedure is quite simple, but does need some patience and practice. Often the task is made more difficult because of badly written books, which fail to explain the technique in a plain, common-sense manner. The availability of calculators and computers has made this task far easier, but you do not have to calculate your chart. You can order it from a service company for a few dollars. For those of limited means who need to calculate the old way, I can recommend The Modern Textbook of Astrology by Margaret Hone. It is a little dated, but it is one of the best. There are many choices of chart type. I use only Equal House for the simple reason that it works when the others do not. Equal House has constantly proved its validity and, unlike Placidian charts, does give a much more usable visual picture. In any case, Placidian charts are of little value in the northern latitudes, and it is surprising that these are still used in textbooks. Having calculated a chart, we must now interpret this. There is only one valid technique, and that is to learn the nature of each planet, sign, and house, rather than to try to read these from a book. Only when these are learned and understood is the birth chart likely to reveal realistic information. Again, this takes time, but it is well worth the effort. The combination of planetary positions in sign and house, together with aspects, chart shaping, and other factors, give masses of information to the skilled astrologer. This information can be translated into useful advice as to potential problems that are likely to occur. It is also possible to project into the future by studying the changes caused by various factors, such as transits and progressions. Transits are perhaps the most useful guide because they use the actual movement of the planets in relationship to the birth chart, as opposed to the more symbolic system of progressions. Astrology has a great part to play in the future of humankind, especially when it is linked to medicine, psychology, and science. Being an integral part of the science of magic, astrology has much to offer the serious student. In fact, without some knowledge of basic astrology, magic tends to become an incoherent mass of superstition. Energy exists and can be classified, categorized, and codified by using astrological principles. In theory, you can make anything work up to a point, but it is far better to adopt a scientific approach that will reveal the truth and thereby give access to further use of power. Astrology offers such a system. It should be understood that it is not necessary for every would-be student to undertake a complete study of astrology. This is likely to be a wasted effort. What is necessary is a knowledge of the nature of the planets, signs, and houses in order to learn how energies apply themselves. A fair analogy would be the difference between a man who owns and drives a car as opposed to the man who can service it himself. Obviously, the latter is going to save time and money, understands his vehicle better, and probably sees faults developing way before they become serious. So it is with magic. A working knowledge of astrology helps you understand yourself and your relationship to the vast potential available as cosmic energy. Esoteric astrology can help in many ways, especially from a practical point of view. By examining the birth chart, it is possible to discover which planet or combination of planets rules, and I use that word loosely, certain areas of your life. In short, if you wish to know which planet governs income, health, or career, this is quite easy to discover. These personal ruling planets are a boon because they show clearly which planet to use in any given situation. A common mistake is that of presuming that, for example, Jupiter rules wealth. The matter is a little more complex. Jupiter energy indeed rules wealth potential, but there are two approaches to be considered. First, we must consider the movement of this planet in the heavens and how and when it forms aspects to planets in the birth chart. At these special times, Jupiter energy is applying and therefore usable. However, much depends on which planet in the birth chart is being aspected as to the outcome. Jupiter is the planet of expansion. If we take a typical aspect of Jupiter to Mars in a person's birth chart, this will not necessarily produce wealth. Far from it. The first consideration is the nature of the planets forming the aspect. Jupiter equates to expansion and Mars to energy. The result? Lots of energy. It would therefore be nonsense to presume that Jupiter energy bestows wealth all by itself. Also of equal importance is the impact point or planet in the birth chart. This is where the personal ruling planets come into the picture. By knowing which planet rules wealth in your chart, your birth chart, and by knowing when planetary energies are applying to this, you are then in a unique position to use this power to your advantage, and likewise with all other personal ruling planets. The net result is to take magic out of the Dark Ages and bring it into the 20th century, at least. Science takes over from superstition, and there is then no need to use hit-or-miss principles, such as praying to non-existent gods. Use the planetary forces instead. Surely this makes sense. Now, if this sounds complicated to put into practice, let me assure you that it is not. Do remember that any ritual performed with dedication and confidence will work. However, if you know when a planetary aspect is actually being formed, these periods will most certainly lend weight to your efforts, because you will be in tune with what is actually happening as decreed by the cosmic tides. The only way to know when these tides are formed is to have someone prepare an aspectarian showing when planetary transits are aspecting your natal planets. The alternative is to learn how to do this yourself. Any good book on astrology will help you with this. Let us look at a purely practical consideration. It is a well-known fact that when a problem occurs, it is usually too late to do anything about it. This is because the appropriate planetary energy has arrived, has been interpreted by the subconscious mind, and is now a physical fact. The best one can hope for is to attempt to clear up the mess. How much better it would be if we could see when problems are likely to occur before they happen. An aspectarian gives you this information well in advance. Again, suppose you wish to improve your finances by magical means. The aspectarian tells you exactly the best time to work. Aspectarians are particularly useful to those involved in Kabbalistic workings. Rather than adopt the normally accepted technique of working paths and spheres according to random choice, or the slightly better method of gradually working up and down the symbol of the tree of life, the aspectarian indicates exactly when a sphere or path may be worked to its best effect. The net result is one of more contact, because the natural tides are being utilized in the best possible way. Natural planetary directions. Each planet has a natural affinity with an element and therefore has a natural magical direction within the magical circle. In dealing with cosmic energies of the planets as they exist in their own right, it is better to use the directions dictated by the planet's natural affinity. See Table 2. For example, should you wish to do a working involving the sun, you would use the principal element given, concentrating and using the prime magical direction of south. In brief, this would consist of opening the magic circle and allowing golden light to enter the temple, starting at magical south and continuing in a clockwise direction back to south. Here are some useful attributes you can work out yourself that relate to your personal magical directions. Each personal ruling planet has an affinity with one of the 4 elements. These can easily be worked out from your birth chart. Each zodiacal sign is ruled by one of the 4 elements. In this chapter, you will find certain lists that come under the heading of one of the 4 elements. In these lists, you will find all 10 planets in each of the 4 elements. Simply circle the appropriate planets which fall under the rulership of each element. If you do not wish to write in the book, then make this list on a separate sheet of paper. Discovering your personal magical direction. I will show you how to find your personal magical direction. We will use an example chart, see Figure 6, so you can see how this works. Starting with the first house, Aries, in the birth chart, you will study each house in turn until you have covered the whole chart from Aries all the way through the 12 signs to Pisces. So to begin, find Aries in our example chart and see if there are any planets in this sign or house. If there are any planets in fire, then they will all manifest through the south and the element of fire, by virtue of the fact that Aries is a fire sign. This always dictates which direction you should work. In our example birth chart, Taurus has Mars in its house. Taurus is an earth sign, and by virtue of this, Mars would manifest through the north instead of the south. Looking at the example birth chart, find Cancer. In this house, there are 3 planets, the Moon, Jupiter, and Uranus. All of these planets would manifest through the west. Therefore, the magical direction to work would be west, and the element of water. I hope you can see the pattern here. When you have worked through each house in the example chart, do your own. See figure 7 on page 148. Obviously, if you have ordered your chart calculations from an astrological service, you will know where the houses and planets are placed based on your time of birth. If you decide to enter them into the blank chart, figure 7, you'll get a different kind of energy from learning this way, and you will know the personal direction for each of your planets. Okay, this is Travis Mages here. I would highly recommend that you write down on your own this next part. Take notes. All right, it's going to be the 4 elements and information about them. So here we go. Air. Symbol, circle. Magical direction, east. Magical weapon, sword. Time of day, dawn. Time of year, spring. Zodiac signs, Libra, Aquarius, Gemini. Keyword, communication. Association, thinking. Kabbalistic world, Atziluth, the world of origination and creativity. Tarot cards, the suit of swords. Personal planets ruled by the sword. Circle appropriate planets from your birth chart. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Fire. Symbol, triangle. Magical direction, south. Magical weapon, rod or wand. Time of day, noon. Time of year, summer. Zodiac signs, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Keyword, direction. Association, being. Kabbalistic world, Bria, the world of creation and the emotions. Tarot cards, the suit of wands. Personal planets ruled by the rod. Circle appropriate planets from your birth chart. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Water. Symbol, crescent moon. Magical direction, west. Magical weapon, cup or horn. Time of day, dusk. Time of year, autumn. Zodiac signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Keyword, receptivity. Association, feeling. Kabbalistic world, Yetzirah, the world of formation, mental activity, and the emotions. Tarot cards, the suit of cups. Personal planets ruled by the cup. Circle appropriate planets from your birth chart. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Earth. Symbol, square. Magical direction, north. Magical weapon, shield. Time of day, night. Time of year, winter. Zodiac signs, Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. Keyword, actuality. Association, doing. Kabbalistic world, Asaya, the world of expression and physical fact. Tarot cards, the suit of pentacles. Personal planets ruled by the shield. Circle appropriate planets from your birth chart. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. The personal planetary directions I have just shown you are very important because they are taken from your birth chart, which is nothing less than a map or plan of your inner potential and abilities. These directions are to be used when attuning the magical circle and inner temple in a personal sense, and for any magical workings involving you. It is suggested that before you make use of these in the manner described, you should take time to become fully conversant with them. Always remember that these correspondences are only suggestions. They are not hard and fast rules. Suppose that you were performing a ritual or doing magical work concerning yourself. You would open the magic circle and use the inner temple. However, the prime magical direction would be changed from the natural to the personal. For instance, if a person had Venus ruled by the element of fire and the magical rod, then the natural magical direction of north would be replaced by south. There are two important points to emerge. First, there is a natural linkage between a planet and its magical direction. For example, Venus, shield, magical north. This, of course, relates to the natural mode of power. The magical shield is the control symbol for Venus, using a normal magical working. Second, each weapon and direction also has a secondary rulership, which is determined by the planetary positions in your birth chart, as I have shown you. Some further examples will serve to demonstrate how these are used. Let us suppose that your magical rod is given as ruling the planet Venus. This means that, from a personal point of view, Venus should be sought at the magical direction of south rather than at the traditional, normal direction of the north. Naturally, the magical rod will replace the shield as control symbol. Such a working would consist of a temple opening around the personal magical direction. In case of confusion, the rule is for general workings, use the normal magical direction together with its appropriate controlling symbol. For personal workings, use the personal magical direction with its appropriate control symbol.